right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Afrique 24-hour TV. This is our open political talk show. Of course, it is a very wonderful morning, a wonderful evening, depending with wherever you are. So welcome to this show. And if you're joining me for the first time, ensure that you subscribe to Afrique and go ahead and join to become a member. So the people who are joining me for the first time, these are Freak 24-hour TV. Of course, we are live in YouTube, we are live in Facebook, and we also live in our X accounts. So do ensure that you visit all our social media pages, interact with us so that we can be able to know your views and your feeling. And what we're doing here, we're just connecting you with African stories as we discuss matters Kenyan politics. So welcome to today's show. You can always interact with us through the comment section, whether you're joining from YouTube, Facebook, or your X account. You can always use the comment section there and ensure that we get your views or we get your questions and you also participate in this conversation. Alternatively, you can also join us in studio and be part of this conversation using the link that I've just shared on the comment section. So just go to the comment section, you'll find a link there. Use the link and it will direct you to the studio. And the long-awaited Limuru 3 finally happened. I know so many Kenyans were eagerly waiting for what was going to take place in Limuru 3. It finally happened, and it was overwhelmingly attended by Kenyans from the mountain region. And of course, in this conversation, we'll also be able to hint at what was discussed in that kind of meeting. Among other stories that we're going to look at, you'll find that there is there is some uncomfortability between the deputy president and the president because of late they've not been seen on the same page. So all those things we are going to see as we continue with our conversation, as Kikuyus are still searching for their kingpin. It seems that most of them, after the retirement of the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, have not yet found somebody whom they can call a kingpin, somebody who can speak and the entire mountain listen to. That is why when you see Dp.Gachagua is speaking, there are people like Moses Kuria and Kimani Ichung'wah who will oppose him. And at the same time, you're also having a group led by Martha Karua and Jeremiah Kioni who will also oppose him. And evident that they no longer get directions from the same center. So karibuni sana kwenye show ya leo, and with me I'm also joined by Mzalendo. So I'll give him an opportunity to say hi as we proceed with the conversation.
Thank you very much, Leo. It has been long since I was here in Africa, but nice to see you. That you are still grinding and growing strong. As you know, I'm Zalendo, your political analyst. Today, we are going to discuss a lot of issue and maybe in some instance try to speculate and anticipate what is in the Kenyan politics. Otherwise, thank you and stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Zalendo, and of course, welcome to Afrique 24-hour TV. Maybe just want us to start with something that is happening currently. Today, we saw members of the gamer community converge at Limuru, and they named it Limuru 3, meaning they have been Limuru 1, Limuru 2, and this was Limuru 3. So what do you think that this kind of meeting has got to do with the Kenyan politics? Like, what is the implication of these kind of meetings to Kenyan politics?
You know, just as you put it, the endless search of the Kikuyu kingpin. What is happening in the political arena is very interesting. Remember when the president made an announcement when he was hosting one of the leaders, and I think he made that statement in the U.S. that in his country there are people called kingpins.
He made it in Kenya. I think when was it King Charles came to Kenya is when he was
Oh
saying that.
yeah, you are right. You are right. You need to look for that clip. You need to look for that clip. That forms a very central point of this discussion. Um, he talked about the issue of kingpin and why tribes are trying to look for these so-called tribal leaders to lead their community. One, Leo, me, I'm not a tribalist, and I always say that before you become a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, you have to come from a tribe. So these tribalist leaders and with tribal followers are not Kenyans. For me, I don't regard them as Kenyans. These are tribal people who should not be given an opportunity even to lead. We are trying to run away from tribalism, which is a very very big hindrance. Even look at the Limuru three nonsense conference. Yeah, these are not groupings that are uniting Kenyans. These are groupings that are dividing Kenyans further and further into the tribal hole. And if you are in the tribal hole, you can imagine if a Kikuyu becomes the president in 2032, then most of the jobs will belong to the Kikuyu community. That is what they are saying precisely, that we need our lion's share. When they are meeting as Kikuyus and they are not meeting as Kenyans, they are meeting as Kikuyus. They are meeting as tribal leaders of the Kikuyu community, and they are calling themselves Kenyans. So I think people like Martha Karua ought to be processed by the immigration authorities to become Kenyans, because they are not Kenyans, they are just tribal. They have not yet citizens of this republic, beautiful republic called Kenya.
Oh, I get you. The same question, or maybe the same concern appeared, and this is what they said, and I think even Martha Karua and the rest had been responding to that, that when the game of the Kikuyu community come together, people read tribalism, but when other communities come together and have their meeting, like the Luo Nation, the Mulembe, the Somali community, and the Kamba Nation, people don't talk of tribalism. Why is it that when the Gema are meeting together to discuss, they say they discuss national issues before bringing it at the national level, then people say they are tribalist. So maybe before you respond to that, I just want to play for you this. I think this is what the deputy
Africans
president said.
by colonial government, much remains to be done in order to achieve full reparations. I am optimistic that through the Kenya-UK partnership, we shall keep up our endeavor to inspire the change we hope for by making people and their well-being the fundamental consideration in our pursuit of trade and investment, defense and security, conservation and climate action, research, development and innovation, as well as our work of designing a future that works for present generations and distant prosperity. I trust that this visit, focused on community, sustainability, and innovation, as pillars of progress, will inspire Your Majesty to forge ahead with a strong vision for stronger Kenya-United Kingdom partnership and of the Commonwealth as a beacon of hope for humanity in a sustainable, prosperous future for all in a green and clean planet. I wish you great success on this visit and much delight during your stay in Kenya. May your leadership inspire many to do their part in making our nations more prosperous and our planet more livable for humanity and all forms of life which share it with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I did inform His Majesty earlier that in Kenya there is a concept called kingpin, and there is a contest for kingpins around Kenya. Different regions have different kingpins. And there is a vicious contest for this kingpin position, which literally amounts to not so much. But this week, all contests about kingpins have been suspended because the king himself is in town.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, you see that statement by the president. Thanks. We got that video clip, and you know what the president was saying is. Was it really like pro kingpins in the country? No, it was saying that the issue has been suspended for some time. But
Yeah, because the king himself was in the country.
why you see Gashagua's biggest trouble is driving Ruto in a different direction. Ruto is trying to unite the country where Uhuru Kenyatta failed at some point. So, but each and every time it tries the unity of the Republic of Kenya, then there's these tribal groupings led by Gachagua called the Mount Kenya 1 shilling 1 vote. I want to ask Karua if she has ever had Raila Odinga calling the Luo people for a meeting that to decide on the fate of the Luo politics. Raila, I want to give Raila credit on this because Raila has always tried so hard to be a national leader, and his tribe comes second or secondary to everything that he does. So this is the only part that Raila beats some of these people, because he looks for support each and every part of the Republic of Kenya. But look at the DP. He has been concentrating to consolidate the Mount Kenya people. What he doesn't realize is this. Ruto owns the Mount Kenya vote. He is the one who is in charge of Mount Kenya. There's no any other kingpin in Mount Kenya other than William Ruto. At the moment, the locals there voted for one person called William Ruto and not Rigathi Gachagua or any other Kikuyu leader purporting. That is the reason why they are still busy searching for, who is going to represent us. Because in the last elections, we didn't have a representative. Ruto himself came here looking for votes. So that is the biggest problem that Gachagua is having. Because when he goes to bargain with the president, he is told that he has got nothing. How many MPs are pro Gachagua? Today, if you ask yourself how many are leaning towards his side, you'll find that there are quite few leaning towards Gachagua's side. That is why Kinandini Nyoro, the Ichungwas, find that there's a vacuum of leadership in Central. That is why Moses Kuria want to capitalize on the vacuum of leadership that is evidently in Central. So that is my take. Good year. Thank you very much. It has been long. I've not seen you for a while. Asante sana, good year. Thank you. Thank you, Asante.
Right, I get you, Zalendo, so much. There's this thing that I ask you that people are asking. We've been having meetings for communities whereby they first of all meet and decide on some of the maybe things that affect them as a community before they bring it to the national platform. So is it wrong for a community to have their personal meeting before graduating to bring it at the national level? Why do you have to say that it is maybe enhancing tribalism and bringing some divisive politics?
You see, yes, you are born first from a community.
Yeah.
But when it comes to issues of national interest or of national unity, then we become citizens of the Republic of Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking for employment anywhere, be it in Posta, be it in where, you don't come with your tribal kingsman on your side that I come from the Luo tribe. My name is Leo Nyabaya. I need this job because I come from the Luo community. There's no part that says that you have to come from a tribe so that you can access services in government or any other goodies. Because one, we pay taxes. Each and every Kenyan pays taxes to the government of Kenya, which is collected by KRA. So if there is anything, we are all entitled to bargain for what we deserve. It is a right for the government. It is your right that the government has to provide for you security, water, and proper infrastructure and healthcare for its citizens, and employment when you graduate from the university.
I get you. So, Zalendo, okay. There's this thing, the deputy president is somebody, we call him the truthful man. All along, we've been seeing him being jovial, attending each and every event that takes place in the State House, and maybe accompanying his boss almost everywhere. So it's been long, and maybe almost a week. We've not heard of him. We've not heard of him attending any event. And even recently, you saw the president of Uganda, that is Yoweri Museveni, had a state visit in Kenya. He was nowhere to be seen. When you look at his social media accounts, I think his handlers have gone low. They're not updating on anything. Could this one mean that there is a problem between the deputy president and maybe his boss?
I started by my opening statement that Gachagua is reading from a different script altogether.
Yeah.
And remember, can you hear me, Leo?
I can hear you well.
The political dynamics of Central Province is really pushing Gachagua to be seen as a tribal leader, because the center is not holding in Central. Yeah, so everybody is on Gashagua's case simply because it does not stand for anything at the moment. If he had represented, if the Central Kenyan people came together in the Limuru 4, in the Limuru 3, where we have each and every leader from Central Kenya coming together to discuss the agenda of the Kikuyu community, then that would shake the president. The president might respond. But you see, Gachagua has got a clique of Mau Mau veterans who support him because of that Mau Mau issue, which has always been lingering in Central Province, which I think he will never be able to solve it at the end of their term. So it will always be there, the historical injustices of the Mau Mau people. That has always been there. He has never been able to solve it. And look, he went back and apologized for the Kenyatta's family. That apology was not accepted by by Mamangina Kenyatta and Uhuru by extension. And there is also the issue of Murang'a politics. Murang'a politics and with this other place, Murang'a and Murang'a and Murang'a, Nyeri and Kiambu politics.
Yeah.
So Murang'a people feel that it is their time that they have somebody in power. They had Matiba, but Matiba didn't end up so well. So Murang'a are really looking up to a leader who will come up and occupy that particular space. And that is why Azimio failed in its political agenda when they went in 2022 elections. They ought to have looked for Murang'a and put somebody from Murang'a as the running mate for one Raila Odinga, and be rest assured that Raila would have won the election if he had a deputy from Murang'a. So Baba's handlers, as usual, they let him down. They don't read the politics of the day or the politics of the moment. They ought to have gotten somebody from Murang'a. So that is what is playing against Gachagua. You know, Nyeri has had the presidency, which is Kibaki. Gachagua is from Nyeri. There's no way they are going to let Gachagua be the president in 2032. So these are the realignments that are happening. And again, William Ruto, by his own thinking, feels that this is my thought. Feels that it is high time that he leaves a legacy. So in 2032, he doesn't want this ping pong game between Kalenjin and the Kikuyu community. So he is likely to be courting a new tribe into power. That is going to play as we go on in probably in 2025. You'll see a lot of that kind of politics.
Of course, we will go into that because if you did follow the happenings at Limuru, one Wamuchomba, when giving her address, she really complained of the Kalenjin and the Abaloya, how the appointments are being made, the state visits, and of course, even complained that when William Ruto is visiting Western, he has to tag along Mudavadi and the Speaker of the National Assembly. But when he is visiting Kiambu or the places in Central, he goes lonely. He doesn't pick any leader from that end. Of course, we're going to look at that later. Yesterday, the other day, when you listened to Moses Kuria, he was responding to the deputy president's extension of some gratitude to Martha Karua, the NARC Kenya party leader, and the Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, whereby the deputy president told Karua and Kioni that shall they have issues, then his office is open. They need to visit his office. In other words, he was trying to reach out to Karua and Kioni, something that Moses Kuria really, he really trashed it and said that in that government people are equal. Martha Karua and Kioni doesn't have to visit the deputy president for their issues to be solved. Instead, the deputy president is supposed to go to each and every individual. And on the same note, when asked, when trying to preempt who was sponsoring the Limuru 3, Moses Kuria said that there is somebody senior in government who is sponsoring Limuru 3, which if you try to connect the dots, in his view, Moses Kuria was trying to insinuate that it is the deputy president who is sponsoring the Limuru 3. So my question, does this one mean that the deputy president also wants to prove to the president, his boss, that if you try thinking otherwise, I also have my people and I can always go back to them. I remember Kenyan politics is normally tribal.
You see the issue of the issue of Kuria is playing games. Moses Kuria is playing games, and Moses Kuria could be one of the leaders who are behind the Limuru 3. And he could not appear in the Limuru 3 because first he holds he is a civil servant. Yeah, he's a civil servant. It would have looked very, very political. But he was one of the people who was slotted in to participate in the Limuru 3. If I look at the idea and the whole setup of Limuru 3, I see a lot of Moses Kuria's fingerprints on the whole organization. When you see former Laikipia governor Nderitu Murithi in that mix, you see Karua, you see Kioni. There's a lot that tells you that Moses Kuria is part and parcel of this team. Moses Kuria does not see eye to eye with Rigathi Gachagua. I think when he was in trouble, he was thinking that Gachagua is the one who was plotting to remove him from the cabinet. So that one is also playing along in the politics, but he is fully behind the Limuru 3. But on the flip side, there are some rumors also that Gachagua is forming his own political party at some point. The mistake that they did was to wind up their political parties and join UDA. So Central at the moment, they don't have any strong political party apart from UDA. So how do they bargain? Because Kenya, as it is, as much as we sit here every day condemning and trying to bring unity in a country so that we become Kenyans, we have got this tribal politics that go on. So Ntembea is also there trying to influence his Luya community so that by the time they are reaching 2027, they have got a bargaining chip that they can negotiate with the government. So Kina Kioni, Kioni and the Karuas, they're just playing the game as they know it best, tribal politics, the way they have been doing it ever since they were on the political stage.
I get you. Good year in saying that Uhuru Kenyatta is still pretty much in active politics too. He is influencing a lot, and maybe most people initially were speculating that it could be that Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who is sponsoring this kind of movement. And I don't know why Uhuru Kenyatta maybe would have be interested in the central politics, yet he is a retired president. Do you think there's a point whereby you would still be interested in central politics?
There is so much, Leo, there's so much still floating. There's so much good is still floating in the air that the carrots are still floating somewhere for Uhuru to grab and run away with. Remember, the NADCO report has not been implemented. Look at the positions in the NADCO report. The issue of the BBI can also be sneaked in. And who will be the beneficiary of BBI? The beneficiary of BBI will be one William Ruto, who condemned the BBI in the first place. So he needs it like yesterday. When he leaves power at his age, he wants to come back as a prime minister at some point. So these politicians, they always play us, and they always play us very, very effectively because we are angry. Sisi ni wale hakuna kitu kwa tumbo. So mwanasiasa can play around with you the way they want.
I get
Yeah.
you. I get you. So that is Kenyan politics. Zalendo, before maybe we wind up on this topic, we look at something else. Of course, people, one of the topics that were discussed in the Limuru conference were complaints and sentiments on the Financial Act or Financial Bill 2024. So before we maybe get into that, you said that the president might be planning to maybe to leave a legacy by ensuring that the presidency doesn't go back to central, because of course we've had Kiambu producing two presidents, Nyeri producing one, and currently the Kalenjin community have also produced two presidents. So out of the five presidents that we've had, three have come from central and two are from Rift Valley. So maybe he's planning to do away with that dominance. So where do you think he might be facing? Because I had a lot of complaints, and the people who are complaining at Limuru, they are directing their complaints to. They are only mentioning the Kalenjin and Abaloya. Do you think
Yeah,
that the president might decide to face west?
yeah. You see, if the Luya community can get their act together, there will be a very influential force in Kenyan politics. But they have got so many. The differences is deeply rooted. I am not a Luya, but I always see from my Luya friends that they have got some clan issues, a lot of it that plays along in their politics. They are not united as a team. So if this Tawe movement, the Tawe movement has really been gaining momentum, but I understand that they have been denied registration of that particular political movement several times. So if it gains traction as it is by Ntambea and new crops of leaders, the likes of, I know the likes of Amisi and all that, you'll see the breakaway of the Orange Democratic Movement, some of them joining Ntambea force. That one is going to happen. So politics, let us wait. There's a lot of games that are being played in politics. Once again, with the exit of Raila Amolo Odinga, it opens another 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 political room for political movement, or a new political baby might be born with the exit of Raila to AUC. So a lot is going to happen.
I get you. I just want us to look at this. There was this discussion of the taxation that is in the Finance Bill 2024. And one of the tax that people really talked about was this called the motor vehicle tax. I know there are other taxes that people are also talking of, like the one for the taxation of removing bread from zero rated uh, to rated, whereby people will have to pay taxes on it. So I just want to look at this. There is this motor vehicle tax, which is proposed at 2.5%, and the proposed amendment proposes that the bill proposes to introduce a motor vehicle tax of 2.5% of the value of the motor vehicle to be collected by the insurer at the point of issuing motor vehicle insurance, meaning annually as you renew your insurance, and because your vehicle or your car cannot be able to move without an insurance, you will always have to pay your insurance together with the motor vehicle tax, meaning there's no way utaepuka, and the collection will be done by the insurer. So maybe what the bill is not explaining further is how now the Kenya Revenue Authority will be able to recover this money from the insurer. And the proposed tax amount shall be a minimum of 5,000 and a maximum of 10,000, 100,000, meaning maybe you're having some cars that are, if you take 2.5%, it can't reach 5,000. It means you'll have to upscale it to 5,000. And if you're having a car whose value, when you get 2.5%, is above 100,000, they will just limit you to paying 100,000. And the value will be determined based on factors such as make of the car, model, engine capacity, and the year of manufacture, subject to the commissioner's prescribed guidelines on the valuation of the motor vehicle. And this tax should be remitted to KRA within 5 working days. And the applicable penalty for failure to account for motor vehicle tax due will give rise to a penalty of 50% of the tax due. So it should be remitted within 5 working days. However, the following vehicles have been exempted from this tax. So these are the vehicles that will not pay the tax. That tax: ambulances, vehicles owned by the national government, county government, Kenya Defense Forces, National Police Service, National Intelligence Service, or those exempt from tax under the Privileges and Immunities Act. So that is what the tax is proposing, and it has got some implications, whereby as they plan to widen the tax base by bringing into tax of the motor vehicle owners, given the surge in motor vehicles on Kenya roads. Remember, we have so many motor vehicles, and at some point you might think that the vehicles we have are more than the people. You find that somebody is even having 5 of them. So in the view of the Kenya Kwanza and the bottoms up approach, they view that the motor vehicle tax will be applicable on the insurable amount, which is largely based on the value of the motor vehicle determined by a third-party qualified valuer. So these qualified valuers are the ones that normally provide the insurance for these cars. And it will be interesting to see the commissioner's guidelines on the valuation. So what Kenyans have been saying it. We've seen Kenyans complaining. Zalendo, I hope you do own a car. We've seen Kenyans complaining, and Kenyans have been saying that, you see, this is too much. You pay taxes when you fuel your car, you pay insurance, and again now you want to be paying some annual fee on a yearly basis.
Now,
Some people
Leo,
have vehicles, and these vehicles are just parked at home. Maybe you're having 5 vehicles, of course. You just park them at home, maybe because you're not using them for business, and you'll have to pay for them.
uh, Leo, let me just say, it is sad. It is a sad scenario when a government is trying to implement some of the things they see in the Western nation, especially in America, where they borrow money. When you borrow money, the people with the lenders ask you, how are you going to pay back our money? Then they give you the options of, how you can repay the money, because you don't have any minerals, you don't export anything, you don't have any industries that you can say that is bringing so much to pay the billions that have been borrowed. So all this is passed down to the people. Now, why why uh, why they get it all wrong? Like on this issue of motor vehicle taxes, uh, the 2.5%. The year that in the U.S. or in countries in Europe that there is something called property tax. Property tax is you own a vehicle, that is your property. You pay taxes to that property of yours. So if you just like ukiwa na plot, if you have a plot, you pay unalipa nini ile rates. So you need to pay property, because that is a property. You need to pay taxes on that particular property. Now, if they want to milk it further, there is the number plates of the vehicle, the registration of the vehicle, depending on where the vehicle has been registered. Now, the county government needs to be in charge of the registrations of vehicles that ply in that particular region. That is also a tax. You pay for it. For that registration plate, that NTSA, you pay for it. You need to be paying for it and renewing it after a certain duration of time. That is how the government collects its revenue on motor vehicles. Now, on the issue of the VXs, since parliamentarians are so rich, they buy 30 million worth of vehicles and 20 million worth of vehicles. These vehicles are polluters. So each and every time they need to go for an inspection to get rid of all the bad vehicles on the road. The government should introduce an emission tax. So vehicles that are not roadworthy cannot pass the emission test and done by NTSA. So they will be called unroadworthy vehicle. This reduces the road accidents in our roads and also increases the taxes that the government is so desperate to collect. But what they are saying right now is absolutely crazy. There is no way that an insurance company, what is the work of an insurance? An insurance company. An insurance company, its main objective is to protect you, your vehicle, and your life. That is what the insurance company should do. Your vehicle and your life, and the passengers who are in that particular vehicle, or the vehicle that has been involved in an accident. That is the primary job of the insurance. So
Maybe I'm waiting to see how the legislators are going to respond to this act, because I expect them to question the authority of the insurer from collecting taxes, because we know as per our constitution, taxes are supposed to be collected by the Kenya Revenue Authority. So not unless the insurers are made to be agents to be collecting taxes on behalf of KRA. I expect that our MPs during this bill are going to engage that, and that one is enough maybe to declare that thing illegal, because it doesn't conform with our constitution. And maybe I've heard you talk about the motor vehicle inspection. I don't know the last time you took yours, but what happens in Kenya currently, there is no inspection that takes place. What you need, you just need money and you get an inspection certificate. There are vehicles that don't even step at that place where inspection takes place. You need to make payment and you get somebody make calls, then you just go for that sticker. So it really happens. It's a matter of fact that most of these vehicles that you see, even the ones that are doing the matatu business, all of them, if most of them, if not all of them, have got the inspection sticker. But if you look at them, you'll find that 50% are uh, road unworthy. So that is the thing that maybe we need to deal with, is corruption that is there at the NTSA, that ensures that those people with the road cars that are unworthy, they get they get some inspection stickers without even presenting their cars or their vehicles for inspection. So that one we leave it to our legislators, that is our members of parliament, who are going to get an opportunity to debate on this bill. So we hope that this time around, when they will be passing this bill, they'll not come back and give excuses that, you see, we did not read the bill, it was huge, like what we had before. And as a freak, I think what we'll be doing here every day, we will be taking you through this bill so that you can be able to reach your elected MP and address the concerns. So what we'll be doing, we'll be taking you through this bill one at a time. Like today, we just looked at the motor vehicle tax. So the next day, we'll take you through that one for bread until we ensure that you get enlightened and you know the context of this bill. Because the problem that we normally suffer as citizens is we don't have information. So once we have information, we can give our grievances to MPs and direct them on how they need to represent us. So Mzalendo, I'll always welcome you so that we take our viewers through this bill. At least each and every show, we can be tackling one part at a time and try to explain the implications, so that even the leaders outside there, the ones who claim they did not get time to read this bill, at least they can be watching here, so that as we expound on it, they'll have some informed decision. Uh, Otherwise, I just have to thank those people who joined. I can see Black was here, Goodyear. I just want to appreciate them. And there are guys who are following us from X. Those are following us from Afrique D 24 hours. Guys, I kindly request you that you not only need to follow from X, you should also join our YouTube channel and become members. You also need to subscribe to Afrique 24-hour TV. So I believe you've done so. If you've not done so, kindly go to YouTube and look for Afrique 24-hour TV, subscribe and be a member. So by that, you'll be supporting this program just by subscribing. We are not asking for much, but you can also go ahead and join and become a member. I do appreciate the followers that we have at X. You're always amazing. You are always there, and you never disappoint. So the only thing that I want from you currently is to ensure that you join and also be part of our YouTube family. There's some comments there. You pay for MOT, the government collects the road tax, and you get insured by a registered insurer. That is how it normally works. But in Kenya, what they are proposing is that they talk of the third party insurers. In Kenya, we are having third party insurers, and specifically the ones who deal with the motor vehicle. We have one that is even associated with the current president, William Ruto, AMCO, and such kind of motor vehicle insurance companies. So they are the ones who will be collecting these funds on behalf of Kenya Revenue Authority. So the only thing that we also need to ask is, how sure are we that they'll be remitting a full amount? Yeah, Black, if you can join the studio, I'll really appreciate if you're free. Let me share the link so that you can join. I know you have a lot on this that we can discuss. So if you can join the studio. So Mzalendo, maybe a last one. Do you think, okay, I know in some countries like in America, this kind of taxes are being paid in these developed countries, but people get value for their money. Do you think that Kenyans are going to get value for these heavy taxes that they're going to pay?
No, Leo, we have got institutions that are not structured to work for the people, but they are structured to work for the government of the day. So most of the institutions that we have in Kenya, they only work for the government and not for the people. In America, they work for the government and the people at the same time. So if you pay taxes, you get value for the taxes that you pay at the end of the day. When you don't pay property tax for your vehicle, I can show you a property tax, how it looks like. When you don't pay, I think I've got an envelope of property tax somewhere. If you don't pay a property tax, I'll show you what a property tax. I think I got something like a property tax. When you don't pay a property tax for your vehicle, then you are sent a letter kukukumbusha that you've not paid some property tax for your vehicle, and it keeps on accruing each and every time. Inaongezeka kama uilipi. So property taxes are there, and they are collected by the local authority. So that is something that is here in the US. I will share with you what a property tax is. Now, nilikuwa nimesema,
Yeah.
when you buy a vehicle, it is registered under the state where it's registered under the state where you live. The state collects those taxes. There's a county government that also collects the property tax for your vehicle. The tags that you put on the number plate belongs to the state, but the property, since it is in the county, belongs to it's your vehicle, but it belongs to the county. Inapakiwa ama apply in that particular county. So you pay property to that county. So that county guarantees you security. That county guarantees you a parking space. So you pay for all those. So those are the things that I think Kenya is trying to introduce, but they don't understand what they are doing. And that is the reason wale wanatapatapa kila mahali. They go to the insurance. Who told you that the insurance is supposed to collect money on behalf of the government? Insurance are private-owned companies. Private-owned
Exactly.
companies. These are private-owned.
They might collect and wind up their company.
Yeah, private-owned entities. Now you'll see a lot of members of parliament forming insurance agencies and insurance companies so that they can eat into this money that Ruto anawapatia tu kwa mkono. Some of these laws are bogus, very, very bogus, not well thought of, but they were informed by the lender. Somebody ule alikupatia pesa na kuambia, this area you have not maximized. You have not maximized the taxation. So on vehicles, you must tax. Unaona?
I get that. I get that. I get that. Even as we wind up, this is just an update that Nairobi residents, you are warned that there is rain over the weekend. That is any time from now, and there are 6 estates that are expected to experience some rain. So ensure that if you are in Nairobi, you are safe. If you are living in an area that is prone to flooding, ensure that today you keep an eye. You don't just oversleep, and if possible, if you can move to some raised areas or some areas that are better, I think that would be better. And maybe the only request that we can give to the Nairobi City County is to ensure, I know these guys know the areas in Nairobi and they know places that are likely to be affected. So they can make some prevention measures to ensure that this kind of disaster is dealt with, so that we don't see what happened in the previous weeks when it rained. So the county government, through the leadership of Governor Sakaja, kindly do something and ensure that Nairobians are safe. Heed the warning from the meteorological department, and kindly don't ignore. We don't want to lose lives again. Thank you so much, guys, for keeping it here. And just a kind reminder that if you've not subscribed to Africa, ensure that you get to our YouTube page or and subscribe, and also turn the notification bell so that whenever we are having this kind of live talk shows, you'll always get notified. Apart from that, we also have some breaking news, and we give you some updates on what is happening within Africa and across the world. So when you subscribe, you get an opportunity to get these news right as they happen. And you can also join and become a member. So specifically, I'm also speaking to the ones who are joining me from X. I do request that you make a step ahead and join us in YouTube to subscribe and be a member of Afrique 24 TV. We're also having so many programs that are aligned for you. We not only do the political talk shows, but we're also having other programs that will always suit your viewership needs. So when you subscribe to Afrique, you get an opportunity to follow up on these programs that I'm sure they will always keep you engaged and they won't let you down. So Mzalendo, your last word.
Well, Leo, I don't have much to say, but I want to thank you very much once again for inviting me to the show. And I hope the viewers have learned one or two things about the issue of taxation and where the country is moving to. I hope to see you later in the course of the day for another political talk show. Otherwise, thank you very much, and good morning wherever you are. Good evening if you are in Europe, and a good night if you are in any other part of the world that you are just about to go to bed. Otherwise, asante sana na karibuni tena kwenye Afrique 24.
All right, thank you so much. Even from this end, I just want to say thank you and appreciate everybody who've taken their time to watch and participate in this conversation, and even the ones who are going to follow up with it, because all these are recorded live and the records can be found in our YouTube channel. So when you miss any of our shows, ensure that you visit our YouTube channel so that you can be able to follow up on what was discussed. So from this end, I just want to say thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, evening, and good night from wherever you are.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance, presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Waweru. Bed of Roses promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Afrique 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe.
But what political leader can stand up and say, my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Wa elimu twaenda mbele, tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio kokote, Kenya yaenda mbele. Kokote kwa elimu twaenda mbele. Kokote matibabuni twaenda mbele. Kokote viwandani twaenda mbele. Kokote na mashambani twaenda mbele. Kokote kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri, kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Fika Mombasa, mito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu, tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Sisi sote wananchi tushangilie.
Yes, viewers, welcome back again to Afrique 24. This is Zalendo, and this is part 2 of our discussions. Earlier on, we had touched on the issues of Gachagua, but now I am joined by a well-versed and regular panelist here on Afrique, none other than Black, to touch on some of the particular issues that we feel that we need to discuss at this moment. The issues we have lined up this evening are as follows. We have got lined up. There were controversies in Ruto's flight. Museveni came into the country, and more of the intrigues that are facing Gachagua. But first, let me introduce my able panelist, Mr. Black. Karibu.
Hello, buddy. And Leo,
Mzuri,
watazamaji. I hope you're all doing fine.
mzuri sana.
Yeah, hii wiki tumekuwa na wiki very interesting sana. Kuna matukio mengi yametokea.
Yes.
Kama vile umesema, like the issue of Museveni coming to the country, and I don't know if I should start talking about it or I should just say hello to the viewers.
No, I mean, you've already
Okay.
started your intro. We start off with that issue.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, first of all, I found it very, I'm trying to avoid the word strange. I found it a little bit peculiar that President Museveni came in and he was being welcomed by none other than Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. I mean, I would have expected that the president should have been welcomed by a president, that being a state visit, you know, not even Gachagua, the way people are talking about. That was my expectation. So I don't know if there is trouble in paradise between our two, our president and our counterparts from our neighbor. So I don't know what that is supposed to say because generally speaking, if you see kama and Suluhu akija Kenya, who would go to welcome her? It's the president. And when our president travels to go to an official visit elsewhere, he's usually welcomed by the president there most of the time, unless otherwise. And even when he was leaving, he was escorted by Prime Cabinet Secretary, not even Prime Cabinet Secretary, by Murkomen. That's a Cabinet Secretary, a CS, a minister, escorting a president and Rail. I mean, I could read something. That picture, there was something wrong with that picture. So I don't know if maybe I am just overstretching, but to me, the image that came about was one that is not so rosy between our president and President Museveni. Now, what would have caused that, I don't know. Is it because the last time President Museveni was given a chance to address other fellow presidents, he spoke about how African leaders have forgotten the importance of Pan-Africanism, and maybe he felt like our president felt like he was being attacked indirectly, or I don't know. Maybe you can expound on that and see. Maybe could be me that I'm seeing it in a wrong way, but that's the perspective which I looking at it. Like there's something not so right because the president came into our country, they signed a deal for the extension of the oil pipeline from Eldoret to Uganda. That's supposed to be a very mega project, which is good for Kenya. It's beneficial. But then again, the president still does not go to escort the other president. Anaenda kusindikizwa airport na minister. I mean, I found that to be a little bit disrespecting. I don't know. Maybe you will see it differently in Salem. I pass it over to you.
You being a political analyst and a political critic, maybe you are looking into too much details. But I agree with you. First, Museveni is not your usual president. Museveni, his age and his experience in East Africa is the oldest president in East Africa, and with the African culture, forget about even the protocol. The African culture is that Ruto ought to have welcomed Museveni to Kenya, other than sending a junior officer, state officer, to welcome Museveni. I agree with you. That showed a little bit of, disrespect, if I may say, or maybe if Ruto was not in the country, then we would excuse him. But he was in the country and later on met the president in State House. So I think, for me, I feel that on that particular issue, Ruto didn't perform so well, and he failed the country to accord Museveni the respect that he deserves. But the opposition in Uganda really enjoyed that part of the story, that Museveni was not even welcomed in Kenya by the president, but by a junior officer. So there are some people who liked what Ruto did to warn Museveni, and there are some people like yourself and myself who look at it like being disrespectful. So that's how I look at it, unless you've got something else, Mr. Black. Your mic is off, Black. We have lost Black. I think he'll be back. Black, it seems like you have got network issues. Black, if you can hear me, put on your mic. Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic. Your mic is off. Oh, we have lost Black subsequently. I think his network is poor. So that is the issue that is coming. And from this photo, Black raised a very, very interesting perspective on this particular issue. And I also look at it like, the president is trying very, very hard to elevate the status of one Musalia Mudavadi. As you can see, the body language of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, look at the way he's looking directly into the eyes of Mudavadi. And Mudavadi is almost kneeling down in respect of the Ugandan leader. So I mean, this is a strange scenario where Ruto is trying to elevate his minister ahead of the deputy. As Black, how do you look at it on that particular angle, Mr. Black?
Then I think it's Hello, unanisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia, ulipotea kidogo.
Unanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
Ndo nasema nikiangalia kutoka kwa huo mtazamo, acha niongee Kiswahili. I think hii media ni ile ya Kiswahili. Nikiangalia kutoka kwa huo mtazamo wako uliosema sahihi, I think naanza kupata taswira ile ya kwamba pengine huenda ikawa mipango ya siku za usoni ni kuwa kwamba Rais Ruto angelipendelea kumwachia wadhifa ama kuinua wadhifa wa Mudavadi kuwa kama mrithi wake. Inafikiria mbele kidogo, maybe I'm thinking ahead of myself, but that's how I'm looking at it. Like you would feel that Mudavadi is a safe pair of hands going into the future, because every president usually works with someone who is a safe pair of hands, one that cannot sneak in behind their backs and do something. I feel like it feels more safe with Mudavadi, and he's lining him up to elevate him to a position of the prime cabinet secretary, and perhaps maybe in the 2027.
Waone hiyo mtazamo, hiyo niliona kwa kuwa huyu jamaa Mudavadi anasukumwa anasukumwa awe pale. Na pia ukiangazia zile siasa zinafanyika kule Westerns wakati huu, kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Ntembea amejaribu sana kuregister ile chama chake kinaitwa Tawe, na Tawe movement wajapata usajili kwa mwanachama wa vyama. So Tawe movement usajili wake bado umekataliwa, na bila shaka hii siasa yote ya Tawe ya nani iko katika inaangazia siasa za Western katika hizo siku zinakuja. So ile kitu tunaweza sema kwa hii picha ambao unaona ni ya kuwa Rais William Ruto anajaribu sana kusukuma jamii ya Mlembe katika kile kiti cha presidency, na vile tulisema hapo awali ni mambo ya Gachagua na hii shilingi yake moja na watu wa Mount Kenya siku zao ziko karibu kuisha. So hii story ya Gachagua na story ya Ndindi Nyoro na wengine, hii ni hot hair. Ile story iko kabisa ni kwa huyu jamaa anaitwa Musalia Mudavadi. Na Black, ukikumbuka hapo awali Mudavadi alisema ako na jambo ambayo ita shake the nation. He has got some information that one day will shake this country. Do you know he had already preempted or knew what was going to happen in the near political future of the Republic of Kenya? Black, inakaa hii network yako bwana. Hey, ndugu yangu, inakaa uko kwa banka ama uko kule Israeli. Siwezi jua mahali uko, lakini network yako ni mbovu zaidi. Ni kama ule jamaa yuko vitani. Tena unaingia na kutoka, unaingia na kutoka. Kwa wale wa mashabiki wa Afrika, kama unatutazama pale popote pale ulipo, tafadhali kama uko pale Afrika 24 na waona nyinyi wote, asanteni sana kwa kujumuika na sisi hapa Afrika. Tuko part 2 ya Afrika leo. Na hii part tunajaribu sana kuzingatia lugha ya Kiswahili, ingawaji sisi si wale wanajua lugha sana, but tutajaribu kujaribu kuongea kama kuzungumza lugha hilo, ili pia watu wale wanatusikiza wawe na uzoefu wa kusikiza lugha ya Kiswahili. Yeah. So Black, kama unanisikiza, tafadhali njoo kwenye studio tuangazie haya maneno. Tukitoka kwa hii maneno ya Musalia Mudavadi, we move to another topic that is really interesting. William Ruto refused to use his chopper. William Ruto alikataa kutumia ndege yake rasmi ya chopper. Yeah. Kama hujasubscribe pale Afrika, tafadhali subscribe to our channel on YouTube, like the videos on YouTube, and please leave a comment. And if you have anything that you need to share with us on this particular program, I will be very, very, very glad. If you want to promote whatever your hustle is, please come to this program. We'll create for you very interesting ways of promoting whatever you are doing on this particular forum here on Africa. Make sure you go to our YouTube channel, get our email address, and be part of this wonderful family of Africa. If you want to join the studio, kindly please I'm pasting the link so that you can join me on this particular night so that we deliberate on the issues that are happening in Kenya. We have tackled the issue, we are trying to tackle the issue of Mudavadi and him meeting or welcoming His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. In the absence of the deputy, what could be possibly cooking in government? This position of the DP in Kenya, it is a very, 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 very kind of uh, what is the word? It is not like a guarantee that you are going to survive as the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. One thing I know is that maybe in the near future there could be a motion of no confidence on one Rigathi Gachagua. From the way the politics is happening, there could be a motion of no confidence on Rigathi Gachagua very, very soon. Black, are you back? Black, your mic is Black. Today you are really having a network issue. Please turn on your mic, Mr. Black, if you can hear me. So, I mean, this issue of Rigathi Gachagua and the president, I think they're not reading on the same page. And now you saw it playing out on the welcome. If I can play for you, if I can show you the photos or the images, the person who was supposed to be welcoming one Museveni was the DP, but they're not in good big books with the president. So the president sends his confident, and that is one Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi immediately his status has been elevated on this particular photo. So Musalia Mudavadi status has already been elevated by the president by him meeting Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. It means that he is next on line. He is next on line. And that is the story that has been going around in Western Kenya and in many parts of the country, that what is really happening to one Rigathi Gachagua. Remember, the Kikuyus just held Limuru 3 conference. Bwana Black, uko hapo ama bado uko na shida ya network? Black, tafadhali unmute. Black. Black, can you hear me? Black, you have a problem. You have a very serious problem. You need to switch off and then come back much later. I think your gadget is really messing you up. We had so much to discuss this evening lined up for me and Mr. Black. There's a lot of issues that we need to tackle. We have tackled the issue of Museveni visit to Kenya. What was the visit aimed for? The visit was aimed for a bilateral trade collaboration between the two countries. The delegation include investment, infrastructure, security, cooperation, and regional integration. The opening of the borders between Uganda and Tanzania and Kenya. That one, I think they have agreed that the borders will soon be open and you'll be able to travel freely to Uganda. So those are some of the issues that we have lined up right now in on Afrique, and many more. So stay tuned. If Black comes back on air, we will be able to discuss more and more of these stories. Black, are you there? Black, can you hear me? Black, can you hear me? Black. Okay, yeah, you're back. Black, can you hear me? I think Black
Yes,
is
I can hear
facing.
you. Nakusikia vizuri.
Hey, oh, bwana,
Ni wewe
what's
ndo
wrong
sijui
with
kama
your?
unanisikia.
Mimi nakusikia. I don't know what's wrong with your gadget today. Hmm?
Unaenda.
Okay, I can hear you properly now that
Vizuri.
you are there. You're back now. I'll give you more time. I'll give you more time so that you don't disappear. Yeah. We have just tackled the issue. I predicted that there could be a problem between Gachagua and the president, but at the same time, I think Ruto is tired of this Kikuyu Kalenjin kind of politics. He is trying to elevate somebody from another community to come and take over from him. So, and that person that he sees as a confidant is none other than Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia has been in government before. He has been he has risen, and I think he was a vice president at some point. So Musalia has been in government before, and he has got the experience that that is needed to run the government. But it's also not short of scandals. One Musalia was mentioned advancedly on the Anglo-Leasing saga. Musalia Mudavadi. Black, are you there? Can you go on? Hebu zungumza bana. Black, you can go on. I can hear you. Hello? You are trying to say something, Black. Can you? Yeah? Go ahead. Wow, your network is bad. Your network is bad. I can't hear anything that you're saying. I can't hear anything that you're saying. Can you try? Oh man, these are the one of those nights that you don't want to be on the screen with a panelist that the network is not working properly. Guys, if you are on the comment section, please care to join. Care to join this Geoffrey Ruto. Kama huko mahali, karibu sana kwenye show. I had invited one, Mr. Mburu. I don't know why he disappeared too. Please, guys, come to the show and we discuss the issues that are happening in our country. These issues are very, very hot. Some people will not find it very, very comfortable, depending on your political side. But I think it is important that we discuss this issue. If you didn't know, this is a new one. Ruto's chopper controversy. The deputy president the president William Ruto decision to travel by road instead of using a military chopper has also sparked some debate. Yeah, this has also sparked some debate. Black, are you okay now? Black, are you okay? Black, are you okay?
Niambie mambo.
Wewe bwana zungumza, wewe kila saa waingia
Niko poa. Unanisikia?
Ingia nakusikia, lakini kila saa unaingia na unatoka.
Unanipata huko?
Sasa nakupata vizuri. Zungumza.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Black, can you hear me? I can hear you. Let me type it for you. Hey, Black, go ahead. Black, can you hear me? Wow. We have lost Black once again. I mean, this we are playing like musical chairs. But viewers, we are talking about the issue of the President William Ruto recently faced challenges related to using his military and police choppers. In the past, the VPIV had access to this aircraft, but during the recent visit to Mombasa, he opted for a commercial flight instead. Interestingly, Ruto, who reported the owns Black. Hey, Black, can you hear me? Black, are you there?
Yes. Nakusikia mambo.
Hey, sasa umerudi bana. What was happening with your network?
Yes.
Hmm? Can you
Mazee
hear
sijui
me?
nini mbaya imenifanyikia na yani, yes, I can hear you very well.
Hey,
Noma sana.
sasa uko poa kabisa. Kwanza uko
Nilikuwa nakusikia
mimi nakusikia lakini wewe unisikii.
Sasa nakusikia. Shida sijui nini imefanyika na gadget yangu strange.
No, inategemea mali huko. Mimi naona ni kama uko pale kule West Bank kule Israel, mahali uko kwa banka mahali yeah, because hiyo si kawaida.
Uko chini ya banka bwana.
Uko chini ya banka ama uko kwa basement mahali, so that is the reason why
ndio
network yako ni mbaya hivyo. But anyway,
you could be right.
Tuliwachia mahali pale kwa Mudavadi. Kuna mambo unaweza ongezea katika hiyo gumzo?
Nilikuwa nasema I hope niko clear.
Very clear, usijali wewe zungumza tu.
In my view what I saw in that picture kwamba a whole president comes in for a state visit. You know, a state visitor means they have been extended an invitation by the president, like the way you see our president has been extended a state visit by President Joe Biden. It means that he is a visitor of the state, and thus the host would be most likely the president, because it's only the president that would have extended that state invitation. So it is expected that the president of United States would be the one to welcome in our president. So similarly, President Museveni being a state visitor, it was expected with voting.
You are right. You are very right. Hey, Black, are you there? Hey, Black, umefanyiwa ile mambo tena. Your network yako tena imeenda bonkers. Anyway, when Blacks comes, we will probably wind up because I think today we are having those technical issues with the gadget, and we can't have a good conversation. We'll extend this conversation maybe tomorrow, so that we are able to be
hiyo alikuwa amechoma hiyo.
No? Black, are you there?
Unasema mzalendo alikuwa amechoma hiyo. Haikuwa inafaa iko hivyo. Ilikuwa hiyo tofauti. Hapo wenyewe alichoma.
Nani alichoma?
Rais ndo angeenda kula kirais bana. Unawezaje kwenda kutuma prime cabinet secretary? Eti naenda kula kirais. Aje. Nikawe sasa umeextend your invitation. Na leo
sasa
umeenda umeextend umepewa sikia. Umepewa invitation na leo, ama mimi mwenyewe nimekupatia invitation uje unitembelee kwangu. Alafu kijana ndo anakuja kuchukua nini?
kama DP alikataa.
Aje,
Na sioni kama DP anaweza kuwa alikataa kuenda kulaki Museveni. Pengine ni rais ndiye alikuwa anataka kumwonyesha madharau.
Ndio hiyo ndo maana nasema kuna kitu strange fishy ambayo hai make sense.
Na unasikia
aje sasa
Gachagua hajaonekana in public, hata kupanda mti ya kupanda.
Mimi hata bado sijafika kwa Gachagua. Mimi bado tu niko kwa Orezo. Orezo anakosaje kwenda kuninio? Anawezaje kwenda kulaki Orezo mwenzake aje? Alafu sasa ile Orezo M7 anaenda zake. Anarudi mtaa UG sasa. Acha niruhusu niongee sasa Kiswahili ya nyumbani sasa hivi. Ile time ile wakati.
Leo ni ile free Friday.
Sasa una imagine inafika ile time ya mzae kurudi UG sasa Orezo. Ati bado anapelekwa na Murkomen. Aje sasa. Bana tukue serious.
Waziri wa barabara. Hebu ni Waganda wanasema nini juu ya hii story?
Wameshaongea?
Lazima
wameshaongea.
Waacha utasikia tu wanasema nini.
Bana hii hapana. Yaani hiyo story hiyo picha ikapoa. Naona. Hapo sasa at least mtu mwenye alijaribu kusave face ni Raila. But of course in his part I would understand because he relies or depends and he would love to get the vote of Museveni for the AU chairperson. So him being there is understandably, but the absence of conspicuous, let me use the word conspicuous absence of both the president and the vice president. No, it did not. It does not augur well with me at all. Yani, in my view, imenikalia strange. Hapo tulichoma yenyewe.
You're right because
hapo tulichoma. So I don't know what you think about that. Na venye last time juzi tu Orezo alikuwa hivi akaitwa hadi kucheki mang'ombe na Raila. Ilichekesha hiyo. Na juzi walikuwa kwa UG wakiangalia mang'ombe
na wanapendana mbaya sana.
Walienda kwa ranch huko. So wakaenda kwa ranch huko wakaoneshana mang'ombe. Niko hata kuna yenye walichinja pengine wakakula nyama choma hapo mzuri. Alafu sasa jamaa anatokea anaenda kwenda
walikula
karibisha bana. Hata traditional dancers nilikuwa naona ni kidogo wako wamejaa. Ni kama walikuwa wameitwa tu ni aje mzalendo kuja uimbe.
Naona Ugandan press wameangazia hiyo hawakuangazia sana the protocol ya hiyo visit ya Museveni, but they have talked much about the trade agreement between Kenya and Uganda, but they didn't talk about the protocol the way we are looking at it. But mimi naiona hivi vile nikwambia, Gachagua ni mtu wa ukweli, na Gachagua amekasirika. Kuna kitu inamkasirisha kabisa mahali, na very soon mimi nakwambia Gachagua ataita press conference aseme mimi sifurahii hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Yeye si mtu wa kunyamaza. Ataambia Wakikuyu wenzake, bwana, hawa watu wananifanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Wanielewa? Unaelewa hiyo? Hiyo vile amesukumwa kwa ukuta, na akisukuma kwa ukuta atatoka na ukuta aseme hapana, mimi enyewe unaona kama mimi ile game inachezwa hapa mimi sielewi. Sisi kama Mount Kenya lazima tuangalie sana tunasimama wapi. Na wewe kama Black, unaona ni kama huyu DP amefaulu katika zile agenda alisema atafanyia watu wa mlima, kama story ya kahawa nini, hizo vitu zote amefaulu kweli? Sauti yako tena imeenda chini.
Agenda kama gani sasa?
Unaona alisema bei ya kahawa yao itaimarika, bei ya kila saa anazungumza juu ya majani chai na vitu kama hayo. So sijui kama watu wa mountain wamekasirika na yeye juu ya zile promises waliweka na Ruto na hawajafikisha hawajafikisha, ama ni nini inaendelea haswa pale katika hii mlima? What? I've lost again Black just in the middle of asking him a question. He has disappeared again. I think the network is terrible today. The network for Mr. One Black is Mr. Black, man, your network is messing you up. Your network is messing you up. Maybe I think maybe we'll do this show properly tomorrow when you have a good network. But just to wind up on the particular issues that we wanted to discuss, because we are going on and off on the particular issues. Like we finalized on the issue of Mudavadi and Museveni, and we said that in conclusion, my take on this particular issue is that the president is trying to elevate Mudavadi to the status past Gachagua. Now, the DP is also missing. What do you think is happening in Central Province in regards to the Limuru 3 conference? Kablo Pote, what do you think is happening there?
Me, I think maybe the president may have read the mood of the Mount Kenya as being that one of being dissatisfied with him, and thus making him unpopular. That being said, anaona 2027 haoni huko akipata kitu nzuri, so there is no point. So he's maybe decided to cut his losses early and make inroads in the other alternative, which is the western part of Kenya through Musalia Mudavadi. Maybe ameona acha atengeneze inroads huko, manake huko kwingine kimeumana, acha atengeneze njia huko kwingine, which is a smart move. But what will be the outcome of that is we are yet to see. It's going to be very interesting, because ukiangalia hata ile Limuru 3 kwanza walikuwa wanasema kabla Gachagua ajaribu kufanya kitu yote kwanza aende apologize kwa Uhuru family. So that means that there is still chance for him to be part of the other function of the Azimio Mount Kenya leaders, that like the likes of Kina Martha Karua and Kina Kioni. It's like they don't mind having him as long as he goes to say sorry to Kina Kenyatta's family. And I see it playing out with him doing that, just that, saying sorry to the Kenyatta family and him being brought to the fold, and perhaps now Uhuru declaring him as the kingpin of Mount Kenya.
Black. Huyu Gachagua si alishasema sorry kwa Mama Ngina, na Mama Ngina alikataa.
So that's what I'm saying. Pengine uende kawa nimekumbuka, lakini wanasema pengine uende kawa wanataka kwamba ahakikishe amesamehewa. So maybe they want him to approach Uhuru now instead of approaching Mama Ngina.
I think what
should have done is he should have gone through Uhuru, then from Uhuru utampeleka Mamaki.
Ile kitu wanajaribu hapo, ile mimi nasoma ni Uhuru na Mama Ngina wamekataa kusamea Gachagua. So in Mount Kenya,
Yes.
Gachagua is only left with hao wazee wa Mau Mau. Unanielewa? Lakini majority of the people are not with him. Sasa hapa ndio kuna shida. Gachagua ana kitu pale kwa mlima, ana kura. Now Ruto alijitafutia kura. Ruto has realized that hapana, huyu jamaa hakuniletea kura. The way I'm seeing things, huyu jamaa hakuna kitu aliniletea. Hakuna kitu aliniletea. Na hao vijana kina Ndindi Njoro nini nani hao wanazoleta kitu. Anaangalia pia hawa bado wako chini kisiasa. So I think that is the way he's looking at it. The way he's looking at it, that's why he has jumped into Western politics, because the Kikuyus are divided, and for the first time they are sharply divided. They're sharply divided because hawana mtu anaita kingpin. Ama unaonaje? Black.
Unajua hapo kila mtu anajaribu kupigania hiyo title la kingpin. Kila mtu anajaribu kupigania kupewa hiyo title la kingpin. Maana yake ukipewa hiyo title la kingpin, in short wewe ndio presidential candidate wa hiyo region. In this case being Mount Kenya region. Sasa hiyo kitu kingpin wa Mount Kenya, in short wewe ndio presidential aspirant wa hiyo region kwa represent, sio at the national level. That's what it translates to. And I see Karua trying or will try to ensure that she gets that title, and if not, the lower title should be the assistant kingpin, if there is such a title as assistant kingpin.
Sasa Karua with that status.
Kioni Pia is trying to do the same. He's trying to make himself relevant. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, they're trying to be relevant, but there is a force that is pushing them. Ni nani anawasukuma?
Hatuwezi sema kwa sasa, but the only way we can at least judge is if we look at the financial muscle. We both know Kioni does not have the financial muscles to grow that. He has money. He's not poor. He's a well-loaded guy. Equally, it's matter. But unajua ku hold public rallies like that one, it needs serious financial muscle.
Yeah, serious mobilization.
Yes. Mobilization means financial muscle. Mobilization means kila mtu anakuja pale akitoka at least asiende nyumbani bure.
Lazima walilipwa transport nini.
Yes. So now question would be now who would be backing them up? That's a question now we can only speculate.
Mimi naweza
speculate.
Pengine ni state ndio na sponsor hizi vitu. Now, yeah. The state ndio ina sponsor hizi vitu.
Sponsor hiyo tena ku divide.
Huh?
How? Please enlighten me.
What are you saying, Black?
Ebony, enlighten me. How could the state be sponsoring?
you know.
Nasema eti state inaweza kuwa ina sponsor. Tunakwambia enlighten me.
States can be sponsoring. Yeah, states can be sponsoring this division because they don't want to be directly involved. There's no time that Ruto will come up and say, I don't like you, my deputy. No, the way you see one Uhuru Kenyatta could not say that he doesn't like Ruto directly, but he used so many means to frustrate him. But now the DP could be using the states to divide Mount Kenya and to destabilize one Gachagua completely. thinking that that it is the opposition or Azimio plotting against him. But again, it is the same government that are plotting against him. I look at people like Kuria, they are in government, lakini wasikizani na Gachagua na wengi kina Ndini Nyoro hawasikizanagi na nini na Gachagua. So these are things that could be well sponsored by the state, and these are people who work in the government. Wale wasikizani na the deputy. So why do you think that the state cannot be involved? They could be involved in this.
For what gain?
Black?
For what gain?
You know, there is always an exit
Why
strategy.
destabilize Gachagua when they're already
as
how?
an exit
When
strategy.
already Gachagua does not have the inroads in Mount Kenya,
No, but
and
Gachagua
the
believes
mountain
that
itself is divided sharply
listen,
as it is right now.
the mountain. Listen. Gachagua comes
Yes.
from Nyeri. The former president came from Nyeri. One Kibaki. The politics around Central is that right now they need a leader from Murang'a, right? Kiambu has got they've got a president. In fact, two: the founder father, and the son were presidents. And Nyeri became Kibaki. Murang'a, they had Matiba, but unfortunately Matiba did not make it to the ballot. Did not succeed in whatever he wanted to succeed. He made it to the ballot, but he didn't succeed. But now they want somebody from Murang'a to take over the leadership of Mount Kenya. That is the politics that is happening that people are not seeing. So there's the rift between Murang'a, Kirinyaga, and all that is coming to play at the moment. Yeah, that's my take.
Well, okay, you may be right.
But now,
But then again, how would the state be? What would be the interest? What would be the interest of the state in that?
You see, the interest of the state is the state. The state always wants to their way, their agenda to be pushed. The Ruto's agenda at the moment is to have a country that is cohesive, a country that is not tribal, not led by these kingpins, also kingpin from Central and all that. Ruto really downplays the issue of kingpin. So what he wants is that he wants a country to leave a legacy. Now, how does he get this legacy? If he maintains the deputy president as his deputy until 2027 and beyond, then it will mean that he has to endorse him. So what they have to create a chaos. Government has to create chaos so that they find a solution. How government works, there has to be a chaos so that they find a solution. And the solution would be Musalia Mudavadi.
In my view, Tayari now, it's very clear that Musalia Mudavadi is being put in line to be elevated to a higher position than the prime cabinet secretary.
Yeah, that
at least not in this term.
That
but most likely in the next term.
Yeah.
And probably after retirement, or rather finishing his 2 terms, the president would then hand over to Musalia Mudavadi as his heir apparent. So
True.
That is how I look at it. But when it comes to Gachagua, I think he would care less about the development, because he already knows that the mountain is divided, and regardless of the outcome, whether washikane ama wasishikane na Gachagua, he still has a chunk somewhere. Si kwamba atapata sufuri. And if he can get Musalia Mudavadi behind his back, I don't think he'll need the mountain votes as much as he did when coming in. So I think his eyes are set on Musalia Mudavadi and the Western vote. That's my take.
I agree with you because what Ruto has seen is that Ruto has weighed his power in Central Province, and he has seen that this guy did not add value to my campaigns apart from the finances that he brought in. He's not popular on the ground. He's seen more of a tribal leader than a national leader. So how do we get a national leader in Central Province? So far, there's no national leader in Central Province. No national leader in Central Province. If somebody like Peter Kenneth came out, then he would be seen as a national leader, or Karua would be seen as a national leader. But you see, Karua does not even command where she comes from. Yeah, she comes from Gishugu. She doesn't command the votes in Gishugu alone. So, who is this man that can replace Gachagua in Central? There is nobody at the moment, and we need. Ruto is also seeing that. Does he really need a kingpin in Central Province? He doesn't need a kingpin in Central Province. Ruto believes that he got those votes by himself. And what walimsaidia kidogo sana. That is where he is in his thought. And does he want a Kikuyu president after him? I can tell you 101% that Ruto does not want a Kikuyu president after his legacy. What do you think about that? Black. Black. Unakula ugali? I think I've lost Black once again. Black, are you on another call? Or, oh, God, you have lost, but okay. Guys, on the comment section, I think I've lost Black. We are having another wonderful conversation. Geoffrey Ruto, karibu sana, karibu sana. What are you saying? Geoffrey Rigiji is in trouble politically. Raila looks to be working with Ruto at the moment, hence the central vote is not likely. It's not key at this particular time. I think Geoffrey Ruto has brought in a very interesting point. Black, umerudi? Black.
Nakusikia.
Geoffrey Ruto has brought a very interesting point. He says that William Ruto is working with Raila. What is your take on this? He's working with Raila directly.
That would mean that his services are no longer needed, if you can put it that way. You know, the way unafanya kazi unaambiwanga your services are no longer needed.
Mnachekelea Rigiji bana.
Unaambiwanga your services are no longer needed. Sorry, but
your services are no longer needed in this company.
So
your services are no longer needed in this company.
Yes. Hakuna sentence yenye naumizanga roho kama hiyo. So if wakishikana na Raila, I don't think there's any value he would add or subtract or reduce by being present in Ruto's camp. There's no value that will be added or lost by him being present or absent.
Raila.
So I think he's also doing a smart move by falling back, because sometimes you have to fall back. Retreat is part of a strategy. So maybe he's just decided
silence.
to retreat and fall
Silence
back
is a
to
good
his
strategy.
mountain. So he's decided to fall back to his mountain and try to rebuild from there. You know, when you're falling back, you fall back to the last strong point you were before getting into the weak point which you were. So his last strong point is the Mount Kenya. So he would have to fall back to Mount Kenya, which is what he's doing, and then solidify his base, then before proceeding forward. So I think that's what he's doing. It's a strategic move. He's seen ahead. So that's how I do it. Yeah, his successors are no longer leader, so he's fallen back to go and solidify his base. Unajua hata sasa ile mkiwa mmelemewa sana, mnarudisha bole nyuma, alafu sasa mnaanza tena kubuild from the back. So that's what he's trying to do. Gachagua, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to building again back from.
Geoffrey Ruto, ingia kwa studio tuambie hii maneno yote unasema. Ati Kenyans are tired of Kikuyu president. The next 20 years in this region they will be in the cold. I think those are the whispers zile watu wanasema huku, and Kikuyus might find themselves in a very familiar position they were in 2007. But this time round, they are not having the presidency. That is the danger. They are not having
2007 ama kuanzia 1979 mpaka nini? Mpaka 2002.
Hapana, wewe umepeleka mbali sana. 77 si walikuwa kwa power.
The way it is moving, una imagine ikienda kwa Musalia. Do you think it would come to the mountain anytime soon after that?
That is the end of
it would either move to Nyanza, either itasonga Nyanza.
Hey, hii siasa ni kali sana. Viewers, unasikia siasa. Rigathi ametoroka maneno ya tax, ameenda Uganda. Oh my God. Ati Rigathi ametoroka maneno ya tax, ameenda Uganda. Wewe ingia kwa studio tuambie hii story namna gani. 254 Rigathi ametoroka maneno ya tax, ameenda Uganda. This one sounds like Mato. Hii ina sound kama Mato. Ingia hapa kwa studio tuambie hii story. Mwingine ni nani? Unasikia ati Rigathi ametoroka mambo ya tax, ameenda Uganda. Unasikia hiyo story bana? Bila that one sounds like Mato kabisa. Nimeombea ingia hapo kwa studio. Ati Rigathi amepa ameenda Uganda. But huyu Rigathi mbona watu wanamchukia hivi? Huyu Rigathi si makosa ati alikuwa deputy president bwana. Mbona mnamchukia hivi? Black, mbona Wakenya wanachukia huyu jamaa? Na mimi Rigathi mimi huona ndiye anasema ukweli katika hii serikali ya William Ruto. He's the one who says the truth. The only problem I have with Gachagua is that he is very, very Kikuyu. Kikuyu comes first, then Kenya comes second. That is the biggest problem that DP you are having. I wish you could be thinking like a Kenyan. Your network is bad, Mr. Black. Network yako inakuangusha. Black, your network. I can't hear you. Yesterday meeting was a clear indication that this community sees no chance of the presidency soon. They are in a panic. Haya. Wakenya mnasema nini? Wakikuyu walikuwa na ile inaitwa Limuru 3 conference. I am telling you, Martha Karua, the Kionis and all that, those things, Kenyans are seeing them as tribal. Hizo ni vitu watu wanaona ni kama vitu vikundi vya ukabila. Hizo ni vikundi vya ukabila. People, Kenyans see this. Geoffrey Mburu, karibu sana kwa studio. Geoffrey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're gonna give me some few minutes before I can participate.
All right, no problem.
Yes, please.
And now, yesterday's meeting was a clear indication that the Kikuyu community has no chance for the presidency anytime soon. I agree with you, Geoffrey Ruto. I think they took this too far. The Limuru 3 conference should not have happened. It was ill-advised, and they thought that they were speaking to the nation of Kenya. But there is another nation called the Kikuyu nation. Na hii Kikuyu nation ndio hapo ndio kuna shida. I think the president of the Republic of Kenya has seen that the issue of tribalism starts in Central Province, and there's a big problem of tribalism in Central, which is trying to stop. And by sidelining one Gachagua to an extent whereby the cabinet minister is receiving our old president Yoweri Museveni, it means that Ruto is looking beyond one Gachagua. So somebody is saying Ndindi Nyoro is a much better choice than Rigathi. You know, there's 254. The problem I have with these leaders like Ndindi Nyoro and all and the rest, I don't see them anywhere other than Central Province. They are not nationalistic. They are not national leaders. They are just tribal leaders that are only making rounds within Central Province. Do they appeal beyond Central Province? The answer is no. So 254, these leaders don't appeal beyond Central Province. The Ndindi Nyoro, the Ichungwas, maybe Ichungwa bit is trying to cut across, but most of the leaders in Central Province are very, very tribal at the moment. At the moment, they are very, very tribal. That very, very tribal. Black says that he's taking his cup of tea. Black, when you finish your cup of tea, please join the studio. Mburu also is taking another cup of tea. When both of you finish your cup of teas, please join the studio. I know this issue is very, very hot for one Geoffrey Mburu. He doesn't want to dwell on it so much. But karibu sana Geoffrey, when you're done, please feel free to come and share your thoughts on the Limuru 3, whether this country is moving towards the right direction or moving towards a tribal units. Tribal units. I don't think that we are moving in the right direction. When you see leaders calling their tribesmen for a meeting, and the meeting is just about, you know, what can we do as the Kikuyu community. Soon they will be calling them to do other things which can be unconstitutional. So I don't agree with the tribalism. I agree with being a Kenyan citizen first, and then your tribe can come second. Kuwa na ile uzalendo, penda nchi yako kwanza, kama Mkenya ndio upende kabila yako. So that's my take on this particular subject. Other stories that are emerging this week of course, is the issue of taxes. The finance bill has been passed, and there's one issue that is really being talked about: the issue of 2.5% tax on motor vehicle. This issue is big. I want us at some point to come and tackle it. If in Buru, I would want you also to come and tackle this issue of motor vehicle tax that Kenya is introducing. They are now saying that the insurer, you will pay 2.5% of the value of your motor vehicle upon insurance or upon insuring that vehicle. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. I have said before that this was ill advised. This was ill advised, and some of these instructions are coming from the lender, the people William Ruto is borrowing money from. They are telling him this is what you need to do. If you have taxed your food, tax on fuel, and people will complain, tax the vehicles. Kenyans like luxury. They buy big high-end vehicles. Tax them kabisa. Kama gari ni 30 million, lipa 2.5% of the value of that vehicle to the insurance company. The thing is, these insurance companies are owned by individuals, most of it. Now, how will the government collect this money? This is another loophole for corruption. Another loophole for corruption. Another loophole for our leaders to start insurance companies that will be used by the government. So remember, the head of state also has got his own insurance company called Amaco. This is a conflict of interest and should be stopped immediately. And some of the things that are happening in the country is absurd because they borrow laws that they don't really understand how to implement them. If they had the intention of taxing motor vehicles, then they would be taxing the register the tags, the registration of the vehicles to, they need to tax that. Then they also need to tax something called they need to tax something called property tax on the vehicle. So, I mean, this is some issue people are talking about, but I'm joined here by my able panelists. I think Kevin is here. Kevin, karibu sana kwenye show. Black bado alikuwa anakunywa chai na Mburu pia will join us shortly. Welcome and tell us where you are.
This is Kevin, currently in Mogadishu, but I've just gotten in and I've seen the topic at hand. Maybe I can just have a glimpse shortly. Thank you. Mzalendo, please unmute.
Really, I was all the time I was on mute. Oh, guys,
Yeah.
man, you need to have told me.
Okay.
Oh, no sound. Oh, Paul Sana 254. Now, what I was saying is that there's this photo of one Musalia Mudavadi greeting Museveni. Now, the protocol normally is that this is an official state visit of the president of Uganda, and he was not met by the head of state. He was not met by the deputy, but he was met by a cabinet secretary, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Prime Minister, Mr. Musalia Mudavadi. What is your take on this, Mr. Kevin?
I believe that this was so subjective, and looking at the facts, I see the president was to meet these stakeholders privately, because he met Raila Odinga privately. Musalia Mudavadi received him privately. So I think it was just a choreographed plan by the state, and therefore there was no big deal in terms of Mudavadi receiving him, Raila receiving him on the side, and these other people. You see, looking at the facts, President Museveni is doing business with Kenya. He's doing business with the current president in terms of the oil and metal factories. And again, he's doing business with Raila Odinga. So possibly he's doing business with Musalia Mudavadi. He's a business mzee. So meeting them privately was not a big deal. What we are looking forward is a stable East African community. So if he's the elder of East African community, let him give good advices. And if he's there to make Kenya's economy grow, let it be. But what I always see is that he's just copy pasting what is happening in Kenya, and then he's trying to implement in Uganda. So Uganda's economy is doing as bad as the Kenya's economy. So there's nothing good to show. But all the same, we just anticipate that good things will come. He's our elder. He's our East African community elder. We would just advise him to advise accordingly, and let's see a good progressing East African community and the regional bloc. The regional integration should be improved by this, none other than Museveni. That's my simple take on this.
Well, yeah, Mr. Mburu, are you able to join now?
Maybe I
Mr.
can say
Mburu?
one or two things.
Huh?
Yes, I can say something, though I'm
Yes.
still on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
One, I would say that there was nothing wrong, or we should not read mischief on Musalia Mudavadi going to be the one who was welcoming the president of Uganda. Remember the informal arrangement of the William Ruto government. It has been arranged in such a way that we have a cabinet secretary who is perceived as a prime minister. And therefore, according to the informal arrangement between the three gentlemen, is that we have the president, William Ruto, deputy president, and the third most powerful person is Musalia Mudavadi. And therefore, it was in order for him to be the one to meet the president. It doesn't mean that there must be a conflict. And maybe the deputy president was doing something else. So I don't see anything much to that. But I want to say that there is no good or better advice that we are expecting that Museveni is going to give to Kenya, because I myself have lived in Uganda for many years, over 6 years. I stayed in Uganda, and I can tell you, unless something happens, Uganda will require almost 50 years to be where Kenya is. There is no democracy in Uganda. There is no serious development in that country. The only roads you see tarmacked are the main roads. And also, it is said that one Kenyan, the work of one Kenyan is equivalent to 3 Ugandans. The people of Uganda, or the people of Museveni, they need to work extra harder. I can tell you for sure, if Muzarendo, you can open a shop next to a Ugandan, the Ugandan will have to close the shop, because they don't know about customer service, giving good customer service. You find that somebody is having a shop, but that person is having a mattress in the shop. So you as a customer, you are the one to tell him, Sebo, please come and sell to me. Nyabo, please come and sell. Then they ask you, let me see the money you are having. If they see that you have big money, they tell you, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have change. So those are the people we are saying they are our relevant others, or we are expecting them to give us advice. Instead is Museveni or Uganda, which should run from Kenya or be advised by Kenya on how to grow the economy. So that's what I think about that. On the issue of the Limuru 3, I haven't taken much interest or even following because there is no impact. I'm saying that because of the people who are spearheading or who are spearheading that process. One, the things they are agitating for, they can only happen through laws or the acts of parliament or the constitution. But the people spearheading, they are nowhere. They're not in parliament, neither are they in Senate, where laws are made. So if a bright person is guiding you, then you are likely to fall in a ditch. The only thing they can do is to voice what is expected of the people. But beyond that, there is nowhere they can go. So the changes, if there are changes that Kenyans are expecting, those changes will come from those people they have vested power in to bring those changes. And if the president and those who are in government and the opposition, leaders, members of parliament and senate, if they are willing, they can bring the changes that people are expecting. But somebody like Mother Karua, she knows very well that politically in Mount Kenya, she's finished. She's only trying to resuscitate herself or to revive her political career, the same as Jeremiah Kioni. Those are people who are politically dead. It's people like Kabogo, politically finished. So they are just trying to come out of the dustbin, political dustbin. So there are people whom I'm not expecting to lead Mount Kenya because they are time barred. Thank you, Mzarendo.
Wow, thank you very much. Black, are you around? Black. Viewers, you are going to forgive me because there's a lot of pollen in my eyes. You can see me scrubbing my eyes throughout. Black, are you there? Black is not there. But Black, can you say something? Your mic, I don't. You seem to be having the same problem. Can you say something? All right, we can't hear you, Black. Can you? Yeah. No, you are not audible, Mr. Black. Can you log out and come back? You need to move out of that bunker at some point because we are missing your points. Uh, yeah, we could not hear anything that Black is saying. So I think he needs to log out and come back at a later time when his network is okay. Now, another issue that I wanted us to talk about, because Mburu has really downplayed the issue of the Limuru conference, but I wanted to ask Mburu a very important question that many people are asking: is that is the Rigi G really in control of central Kenyan politics? Is he the people? Are the people of central Kenya following Rigi G, or they are following William Ruto? Amburu, if you can answer this question, I'll be very, very happy.
Thank you so much. One, I want to tell you about the Central Kenya people. One, the Central Kenya people don't follow a leader. What they do, they support a leader at a time. So right now, the leader that we have in Central Kenya that we recognize is Ligiji. And he doesn't have to be in control. At the back of our minds, we know who is the deputy president. So we give people chance and we give them chance to lead, but we don't follow people. Just like you saw, and this was the mistake that Uhuru made. He thought that he could control the Central Kenya people. But what he didn't know is that you don't control people, especially Central Kenya. People support you consciously. Oh, this time we have Uhuru Kenyatta. This time we have Gachagua, and we support to the end unless somebody has done something against the will of the community. So those that are thinking there is competition on who is the leader of Mount Kenya, the Mount Kenya people are very peaceful people. They are not like I'm not saying other people are not peaceful, but we don't take politics the way politics are taken in other places. Because in other places, I see people have put their leaders in their hearts. So they reason with their hearts. Like some leaders are almost like semi-gods. That doesn't happen in Mount Kenya. This Uhuru Kenyatta, you see, he contested as a member of parliament and he was rejected in Gatodo. He contested again as a president and he was even defeated by Kibaki in his own hometown. But when Kibaki time came to an end, we gave Uhuru a chance. That is how we do our politics. So we don't need anyone to try to control the people. We just need to see the work that that person is doing, and we're gonna support that person to the end, unless he has done something that we feel for sure he doesn't care or he doesn't know what he's supposed to do. I know for sure people are behind or they are supporting Gachagua as the leader of Mount Kenya. As this time, we don't have another person. That is the leader of Central Kenya.
Thank you, Mburu. Kevin, do you agree with the one Geoffrey Mburu's statement that yeah?
Absolutely. Mburu is correct.
Mhm.
I've always had it in mind that the Kikuyu fraternity or the Kikuyu voters don't follow a political leader, but they support an individual. And they always follow an individual who is at the helm. Looking at this Limuru issue, it's not something of yesterday, and that's why it's called the Limuru 3. Remember during the Kenyatta's time, there was Limuru 1, which happened in 1966. And it was just a declaration of what is our development agenda in the central region. Then thereafter, of course, we've had the two, and then later came in the Saganas, which were implemented by Uhuru Kenyatta. So the central people have been forging their way forward. You see that the others, compared to other communities, the Luo, the Kisis, and all that, they don't have these strong forums as the Kikuyus have. But it's just a way of the Kikuyus trying to forge their way forward and see where can they fit politically. And as Mbura said, yes, at this particular time, they are following, they are supporting the agenda of none other than Rigathi Gachagua. And of course, there are these other people who are trying to come in, and there is that revolution. So in terms of Martha Karua, I think as much as Raila Odinga will be going for the AU position, Martha Karua will remain irrelevant. Look at his past history as well. And these other stakeholders like Kabogo is trying to mention there, they are completely irrelevant as far as politics, the central province politics is concerned. Of course, we have other stakeholders like the Kiunjuris, the Waigurus, and all that. Whoever central region is trying to follow is Rigathi Gachagua, and it's true. And of course, there is also another revolution which is coming up, because the central region business community has said we only need a Kenya or a leader who will look at the better taxes. Now we should not pay a lot of taxes to these. That is something that they are not looking at keenly, and that is what may burn the future of Rigathi Gachagua. So in my analysis, yes, I agree. They are in support of Rigathi Gachagua.
I think, I think what you brought in there, that is a very important aspect of the Kikuyu community, is that they work as a community. They are like the bee. They work as a community. They work as a unit, and they follow one particular leader. But they follow a leader who, on the line of what they feel is important as far as development is concerned, compared to other communities. And you mentioned it clearly that your Luo community, they follow politics, but they don't have such meetings that bring the agenda of development on the table. But that is something that most communities, especially in Kenya, where we practice tribal politics, that is something that we could borrow from the Kikuyu community. But my issue is that do the Kikuyu community think that they are going to get the presidency after William Ruto? Mburu.
Yes, Mzalendo. I want to say this. People always mistake that this community of ours is so passionate about presidency, that they must be on the ballot all the time. Sorry, I don't know where I touched here, but I hope you can hear me, Mzalendo.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, people think that that the Kikuyu community are so passionate about presidency, but what they don't know is that it is not that Kikuyus want to occupy State House so much. All what they want is to feel protected to feel that they have good environment to do their work. So, sorry, I am on the road here, driving, and I'm also trying to ensure I'm safe. So,
Yeah, just make sure you are safe. Don't try. We don't want to lose you at this particular point.
I was joining the highway. There was this very huge truck that was passing. And anyway, I wanted to say this. Kikuyus are not very passionate about who is the president. But previously, they have been feeling that sometimes they feel threatened by those who want to occupy State House, by sometimes the statements that have been made before, and also the experience they went through during the Moise regime. That is why they are very careful with who is occupying the State House. Are they going to be able to continue doing their business without disturbance? Are the laws going to oppress them? Those are some of the things that we think about. We want conducive environment to do our business. It is not about who is going to be the next president. It is about, are we secure as a community to live wherever we want to live, do business wherever we want to do business, our businesses protected. That is what occupies the mind of a Kikuyu when they are going to the ballot. That protection, the sense of protection, that I can be in Kisumu and do my business in Kisumu without being disturbed, or without maybe people saying this and that about me, or even like what was happening some time back, that some people would even refuse to pay the rents and such kind of things. So it's all about protection, business protection, and conducive environment for people to do their hawking work anywhere. That freedom is what occupies the mind of a Kikuyu when he's going to the ballot. And that is why in 2007, the reason why people are so much afraid was that if Raila Odinga becomes the president of Kenya, are we going to continue doing our business as usual? Because even before the results were announced, some people had already entered in the houses that did not belong to them. Others were even refusing to pay rent. So such kind of things added a lot of fear. You saw people moving, running away from Vita, from Kisumu, from Siaya, from all the Nyanza region, and some parts of Rift Valley, going back to Central Kenya. That is the kind of fear that the Kikuyus always have when they are thinking of who is going to become the president of Kenya. Not that they can't support anybody else. And that is why I was telling you, things are changing. That today, Kikuyu supported William Ruto. Why? Because there was reassurance of their businesses, reassurance that this guy is going to protect your rights to work anywhere, to live anywhere. That is what occupies the mind of a Kikuyu voter, which many people don't know.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you at some point, but what is very clear is that Kikuyus combine their numbers with their economic power to gain political stability. So it's more of the money that the Kikuyu people are having that they need protected by the politics. But remember, Mburu, we have had 3 Kikuyu presidents, and you didn't answer my question. Do you think that we might have the 4th Kikuyu president after William Ruto?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And I know even Gachagua is not eyeing to become the president. There might even be an agreement. You know, William Ruto is somebody who is so visionary. He is able to see the future. There might be an agreement that after me, we are going to support Musalia Mudavadi. Ruto ni mtu wa kujipanga. And that is why he has been forwarding Musalia everywhere to try to give him the national outlook that you see, this is a national leader. And I don't think Gachagua will have any problem. After all, by then we will have expanded the executive. Gachagua might become the prime minister. So I don't think that anybody is dying to see a Kikuyu as the fourth, I don't know, as now another fourth Kikuyu as the president. It's not even necessary. It's not very important. I would say let us give other people a chance. We have had Uhuru. There is nothing like much benefit we have found out of that. We had Kibaki. The only thing that we are so proud of is the Thika superhighway, of which the superhighway does not just serve the central Kenya people. It was built because of the traffic jam, which was too heavy for people heading to Nairobi. So let also other people have a feel of what does it mean to occupy State House. That is how I feel. The strategy we should have is how do we ensure our interests as a community are catered for, are covered in that government that will be formed after William Ruto. That is the most important. It is not about having another Kikuyu in State House.
Thank you very much for that answer. At least people have heard from you that Kikuyus are not interested in the presidency anymore, but they are interested in the economic stability of the community. At this juncture, let me welcome Pen Nyagaka. Pen, our elder in Africa. We have been here for the last few hours. I want to welcome you to Africa. Maybe there is something that you can add. You've been hearing us from the background. The issues that we are discussing today are the issues that have come up this week as we wind up the week for the weekend. We had had the issue of the floods in Kenya. Now we had the issue of the Limuru 3 conference held by one Martha Karua, and the absence of one deputy president in welcoming Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Could it be that William Samoei Ruto is looking the other side and trying to elevate one Musalia Mudavadi, as Mburu was saying, that Musalia, probably it's an agreement between William Ruto and Rigidi to elevate Musalia to be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. What is your take, Mr. Penn?
Thank you very much, Mzalendo na wote kina Jeff Mburu, asante sana kwa sababu hiyo ambayo Jeff Mburu amesema ni shows you how the Kikuyus will be the determinant tribe in whoever rules Kenya. Number one, they use common sense. What Jeff was saying, just common sense. Just like that gentleman who came and they put even in Martha Karua ambaye alikuwa mwalimu for the president. I mean, alikuwa ni Mwarabu, ni mtu kutoka Somalia. What Jeff is saying is common sense, and some of us agree with you a million times. Hiyo ndio mimi naeleza wengine ya kwamba when you make a decision believing in that decision to help you, na hiyo tu na uendelee. Na kweli Wakikuyu mpaka kama huko kwetu huwezi kuambia mtu ati huyu mtoto ni Mkikuyu. They don't know. Na Mzalendo, hiyo mbili umekuja ni very emotive. the Limuru conferences have really not helped a Kenyan. They have helped maybe the Kikuyus, but they have not helped a Kenyan. Number one, one of the Limuru conferences was when Tom Mboya, Oginga Odinga, Mishuki, they were all in one group, and they proposed that let Mzee Kenyatta read he was still in jail, but they said let him read the regime, ndio wakatoka cow. They were removed. So you can see what did really Kenyatta help us with. He was never elected by anybody. He was always fronted forward. Na alikuwa anaweka Mzee Oginga Odinga kwa chera all the time. And we have come to a different level. Hiyo lazima tukubaliane ya kwamba the Limurus that you are talking about, hiyo ingine ilikuwa ya kumufuta. He took all the powers from Oginga Odinga. Then Oginga Odinga resigned from one of the Limuru conferences. So let us not look forward to some things that are very, very negative to us. I mean, maybe like Kijevu anatueleza, maybe they helped the Kikuyus, but for us, it never helped any of us. Nothing, zero. No, so if they are doing this, and Jeff says the common sense reality of what a Kikuyu really is, ni ule mtu anajua biashara. And there was one guy, nilikuwa na gari huko, nikamwambia nimpatie gari, nipatie shamba. Kaniambia hapana, gari yako itafujika na shamba yangu unachukua. So you learn a lot. Hiyo ni kusema ukweli ya kwamba let people like Jeff go ahead and determine the leadership of what Kenya is. Lakini kama wamekubali Museveni, Musalia is a good guy, you know. Is a gentleman. Alikuja hapa tulikapigwa picha pamoja one time in 2021. Lakini other than that, nitasema kwamba it will be like Kibaki. Is a calm down, you know. Kenyans have liked those people. Hata when mzee alianza Moi alikuwa very calm, lakini wakati walimjaribu wakuu akawa mtu mwingine, akawa wazimu kabisa. So thank you very much, Mzalendo, for the show. Jeff, was always good to hear from you. And let us move forward. Let us pursue every idea that can help the common person in Kenya. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nawaambia. Asante sana Mzalendo.
Asante sana Ben Nyagaka for your wisdom. And just as you said, we wanted to look at the Limuru conferences, what they have really achieved. And you took us back and said, you know, the other Limuru conferences, most of the tribes were involved, but this is a unique one that we only have the Kikuyu involved, and they call it Limuru conference. The other conference was to agitate for independence. I remember the other Limuru conference was where Matiba was. I will look for the video and play it, and we see what it was all about. Kevin, you've been quiet for some time. Can you bring your view on this particular issue? Mr. Kevin Wasonga.
Hello. Mburu behaves like a typical village boy Kikuyu.
Mm-hmm. He is a village boy.
Yeah, he really behaves like a real village boy Kikuyu,
mm-hmm.
who believes that every Kikuyu is a business lady or a business gentleman. But of course, he's forgetting that some of them are equally jobless or underemployed or are looking for jobs. And that doesn't mean that other communities are okay. So what I'm trying to say is that he needs to equalize these communities. So as far as the Limuru conference is concerned, It was quite unique. It was just to stamp authority that who is the leader of the Kikuyu community. And by him saying that it's high time for other communities to take it over, and that's why I call him a real village boy, because all over since 1963, it's only two communities, Kikuyu and Kalenjin, alternating in the Kenyan leadership. And now he's trying to tell us that now, next time we are thinking of this, who is that typical Kikuyu who would just say, let leadership go to maybe Gusii land? How? So I'm trying to demeanor or to negate his opinion that is convincing his community members to allow them to vote for other communities. It will not happen. Climbing Mount Kenya ended, and it will never come again. Gachagua will become the next president after William Ruto. That's my take.
I think you made me open my camera because you brought a very, very, I don't know whether you just wanted a debate, Mr. Kevin, but Mburu said that Rigathi Gachagua will not be the next president. It will be something that he doesn't see happening, and it would be selfish of the community to accept having the presidency for the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya being a Kikuyu. We have had 3 of them, and that 3 is enough. That is according to Mburu. But let me play this video and see what Ben was saying.
Town for the key meeting. Well, the town has hosted several other high-profile political meetings, with the first being held in 1966 when there was a big division in the then-ruling KANU party, where Jaramogi Oginga Odinga quit the party to found Kenya People's Union. There have been several subsequent Limuru conferences which have played critical roles in determining the country's leadership. Tonight, Clement Masobo takes a look at the history of Limuru conferences and their significance.
Historical Limuru conferences in Kenya date back to 1961 when Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, James Gishuru, Tom Mboya, Ronald Ngala and others met and made a declaration to end the British rule in the country. Part of the resolution was to switch from Kenya African Union to KANU and declare Jomo Kenyatta, who was then in detention, as the leader of Kenya.
In 60s, I think 1961, viongozi wakati yule tulikuwa na mkutano huko ya wazee wale walikuwa naongoza wakati wa pande ya siasa.
The first Limuru conference happened on the 12th and the 13th of March, 1966. And it was convened by the late Tom Mboya.
The second conference was held on 12th and 13th March in 1966 and became one of the famous Limuru conferences. The agenda in the Limuru conference was to term the then KANU party vice chairman Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. At that time, KANU was divided into 2. On one side were Tom Mboya, Charles Njonjo, Joroge Mungai, Mbiyu Koinange, James Gishuru, Gikonyo Kiano, Mackenzie and Daniel Arap Moi. This team supported the founding president Jomo Kenyatta. On the other side in KANU was Oginga, Bildad Kagia, Oneko, Tom Okello Odongo and J.D. Kali. The outcome of the conference was to scrap the position of Oginga Odinga as the vice chair and instead have deputies from each province. Oginga was not happy with the decision and walked out of the KANU party. He formed the Kenya People's Union (KPU) as an alternative party. It was also then that KADU gained popularity.
Kwa sababu ya hiyo, bamba ya Raila akaresign. Akaenda, akafufua KPU, Kenya People's Union. Na hiyo ishara yake ilikuwa dume.
The outcome of that conference was the cutting down to size of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's influence in KANU?
The conference was basically a KANU affair. And it was in that conference that the position of KANU's vice president was removed, and it was decided that each region will have a vice president.
After several years, there came another Limuru conference whose agenda was to discuss the new constitution, the case against the then Deputy Prime Minister Uhuru Kenyatta and the current President William Ruto, as well as discussion about Kibaki's succession.
Ni 2010 kulikuwa na kesi ya Hague, sindio? Na tena ilikuwa muhimu sababu pia katiba ya 2010 ndio ilipitishwa huko Limuru. Na hawa sababu walikuwa na pelekwa Hague, wakawa identified as future leaders. So Uhuru na Ruto wakasaliwa hapo as a result of that.
And we have Limuru 3, convened by NARC Kenya party leader Martha Karua, Jubilee's Jeremiah Kioni, and other opposition leaders from the Mount Kenya region.
I have not found anything from my reading of the history, anything significant about the two conferences that I have mentioned.
Na lazima tutambue Limuru kama shrine ya leadership ya hii Kenya.
While the previous Limuru conferences focused on giving directions about the country's leadership, the organizers of Limuru 3 had indicated that they will discuss issues affecting the Mount Kenya region, including economic transformation of the larger Kikuyu community. Clement Masombo, KTN News, Nyeri County.
Now, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni left the country after concluding.
Well, you've seen it all. I mean, the conferences, what they've been discussing. And these conferences always had an agenda. And it brought people from different communities together to have an agenda of a way forward. But before I continue, Kevin really mentioned you, Mr. Mburu, about your political stand, the way, about your political stand. I think Kevin was a bit harsh. He didn't mince his words. He said that you are a typical villager. Kevin did not mince his words, and he looked at you like somebody who is very tribalist. So I mean, you need to answer Kevin and tell him, you are in the 21st century and you don't think like a tribal.
Can I say a word?
Yes, Ben, say something.
Yeah, Kevin calling Jeff Mburu a village boy. That's very good. Yeah, okay. I'm a very village person. Nikija huko nyumbani, I always stay in the village. Because that's where you hear everything that you want to hear. Sahi, those village guys are contributing money for this ODM Germany Yakisi nini na wananipigia simu. So there is nothing wrong with being a village boy. You see a lot, and that is the common sense that I was saying. Jeff talks about. You always get it from the regular people. Kevin, okay, asante mzalendo.
Acha Mburu ajibu hiyo swali.
You see, the most unfortunate bit is that Mzalendo, you're even putting words in Kevin's mouth. Kevin did not say that tribalist whatsoever. I listened to his argument, so I didn't hear that aspect of being tribal, because I just tried to break down the real heart of a Kikuyu voter, because I am one. And being a villager is a good thing, and that's not a mistake, because to be sure, I'm a village boy. I grew up in the village. I stayed there. So once a villager, always a villager.
Even when I'm in America, I'm still so much connected with the village. So that is why I had to make the statements that I made. But I also want to say that I don't see any significance relationship between the Limuru 3 of today and the other Limuru 1 and 2, because the agenda, even the agendas are totally different. Here, according to me, there are politicians who know for sure they are politically finished, politically dead, but they are still trying to see if there is a way in which a miracle can happen so that they may come back to political scene. Whereas in Limuru 1, you have seen the agenda was totally different, totally different. So in the same context, this one was just a village, I would call it a village meeting, because you see it is typically Kikuyu. Limuru 1 and 2, it was inclusive of the whole entire Kenya. The only significance that is there is the location, the same place, but everything else is different. And I'm not expecting that there is anything much to be expected of the Limuru 3. Those are people who are already lost, confused, and they don't know the direction. As much as it's okay for people to meet, people have the freedom even of expression. But what is the outcome? Are they result-oriented? Because if these things are being spearheaded by people who don't have any say, not in government, the other say is the numbers. They don't command the numbers. So such kind of arrangement won't go anywhere. Because if you are not in government, if you are not a member of parliament, you are not in Senate, and you don't have people behind you, you are powerless. And that is the kind of Karua Kioni. Nobody listens to them. Nobody cares what they say. According to that religion, they are politically expired. So they may be talking, but I can tell you for sure, Karua is relevant so long as Raila Odinga is there. Karua might be more popular in Nyanza than Central Kenya. And that can be reflected very well based on how people voted. And remember, this someone who contested as a presidential candidate. Ask yourself, how many votes did she garner? So if you don't have people behind you, and you are not in government, you are not in the executive, neither are you in the legislatures, you're finished. You're finished. So whatever you be trying to do, it might not go far. So this one, I don't think they're going anywhere.
Mburu, since you come from Central, there's been a lot of murmurs about Ruto's government and the promises that he promised the Kikuyu community. And you being a member of UDA, can you please tell us if the president has really helped the Kikuyu community as he had promised on the issue of majani chai yao? Walikuwa wanaongea sana juu ya majani chai, and the issues that the Kikuyu community take as very, very important. Yeah, is the president doing something in that particular sector? Yes, Pepe, you have something to say?
Let me say something before Jeff, huyu atakuja. Nilienda nyumbani in April na March, nilikuwa na tabu ingine, lakini ulikuwa mama mmoja, I have nephews huko Kiambu. Huyu mama sasa anaingia sana, yani my sisters brought her to my attention that mimi ni mtu Yahuda nini. So what you are asking, Jeff, hiyo niliuliza huyu mama, akaniambia sasa huyu kama alituambia tupatia watu namna hii, ametupatia ile kitu, ametupatia ile kitu, mnampiga sijui ni nini. Jeff, nikacheka. Huyu ni mama ametoka Kiambu, yani mama wanajuana na masista kutoka kwa kanisa. baba wa kanisa, lakini Mkikuyu. Akanichekesha. Hiyo question umeuliza, je, atakwambia? Lakini mama aliniambia hapana, huyu alituambia atafanya hii na amefanya. Sasa mnataka tuende wapi tena? That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay. Mburu, probably you have a different take on what Ben is saying.
I haven't been so keen on that, but I just want to touch on one issue of Majani Chai. President Ruto is a very sharp guy, and he's kind of a person who has very strong self-efficacy, or the locus of control, or the self-esteem. What am I saying? He doesn't feel intimidated by other leaders. That is why he is able to do delegation. Like now on the issue of coffee and Majani Chai, he delegated the deputy president to tackle that. And last month we were to have a meeting here in the US with the coffee stakeholders, coffee buyers, and marketers. The meeting was to happen here in the presence of the deputy president, but it was postponed. The deputy president was not in a position to come, but the meeting continued. So there are so many things that are in the process of being implemented by the president because he is able to do delegation. And he knew very well that the Mount Kenya people are so passionate about coffee and Majani Chai. So he decided, because this is one of their own, he is going to delegate that, can you handle this sector and come up with a proposal on how we can improve that. So I believe in not so long, we're gonna be having something on the table. I was going actually to be in that meeting. I had even booked the flight, but when I heard the big man was not coming, I said, I'm also not going. But I believe there are so many things that are happening in that sector of coffee, through which those things are being spearheaded by the deputy president, which is a good thing. It's a good thing.
All right, guys, I want to introduce the last topic of the night, and that is the issue of the Finance Bill 2024. The Finance Bill has been passed in Parliament, and there's one issue that people are talking in each and every platform. You guys, everybody here is in the diaspora. I need you to touch on this issue of the Finance Bill, and especially the issue that the Kenyan government has introduced, the issue of motor vehicle tax. As you can see on my screen, there's a motor vehicle tax to be collected by the insurers. This is an issue that I think it's very, very political. It has been politicized, and many people are seeing that there's a lot of corruption involved. The Finance Bill 2024 proposes the introduction of motor vehicle tax, and the tax will be at the rate of 2.5% of the vehicle's value. Minimum tax payable. Each vehicle must pay a minimum of 5,000 at the time of issuance of an insurance cover. Sasa zile unapata cover ya gari, lazima ulipe hiyo tax ya 2.5% of the value of the vehicle. Remember, hawa wabunge wanakuwaga na magari zile za 30 million. So 2.5% of 30 million, you can do the maths. If the maths is mathing, then tujue kunakuwa namna gani. Now, what is your take on this particular bill that was passed? Can I go Kevin, go first?
A quick one, because I'm soon leaving for work.
Yes.
The 2.5% is very draconic. It's a draconian tax implementation in the country. And when the Raila team coalition was trying to stamp their authority in terms of saying no, we don't want this tax implementation in our country. Some the like-minded of Mburu in central region said Raila is interfering with the business community, the central and the Nairobi business community. The business are going down. Now here comes the 2%, which is going to affect the Kikuyus more than it will affect the Kalenjin and the Luos combined. Because looking at the statistics, Central region has the highest number of vehicles in Kenya. Going by the regions, who owns the cars in Kenya? It's the Kikuyus or the Central region. Because when I say the Central region, of course, it's the Embus are there, some of the Merus are there, the Mberes are there. So it's going to affect them, and it's going to hit them hard than it's going to hit somebody from Bondo, as I am. Look at it's not confirmed, but of course, looking by intuition, you would see where are cars getting sold, second-hand cars getting sold at the moment. It's purely the Murangas and the Thikas and all that, because this tax burden is going to hit them very hard. Looking at their number of vehicles, the number of vehicles they own, the so-called business community, of course, they are the ones who are selling mostly the second-hand cars. So ideally, this is going to affect Kenya as a nation, and of course, it's not the Kenyan government as we can speak. It comes from the World Bank, because the World Bank is saying, okay, we are helping you in paying the government, the Public Service Commission or the government salaries. What are you bringing on the table? And being that it's a broke government, they came up with an idea that now let's look into the cars and all that and see how much we can get and bring on the table, negotiation table with the World Bank. This is not the end. Other things are going to come up. I've invested so much in lands and plots. I have great fear that I will pay a lot of money in terms of every title deed that I own in Kenya. It's going to go round and round, even in the houses that that some of us own in the cities and all that. We are going to pay for it. Now, in the meantime, we are going to pay the 2.5% to be put on a negotiation table with the World Bank, so that the Kenyan employees' salaries can be paid. Thank you.
Ben, I find this. Can you weigh in on this particular tax?
Oh, very much so, Mr. Redo. You know, you have been a fella show yako sana when you mix us up like that. What that guy has said is completely true. But along the way, UDA aims to improve the lifestyles of the Kenyans. The 2% taxation, na hapo mzalendo ndio mnatufanyia mbaya, because there are so many taxes that have been lowered for the common person, ya kwenda kununua vitu ile mwananchi anataka kwa kawaida. But the 2% of the cars, kama huyu Kevin wanakasirika siku mbili tatu, siku nyingine waendelea kununua magari, wanasema yeye unasema tuwekee hii kwa sababu serikali imesema, and they will do it. Every successive people buys luxurious things, period. Hiyo utatengeneza, utaenda mahali ingine, uende mahali hii. It's just that simple. Once you are a success, yeah, vile amesema wa Kikuyu, wa Murang'a, wa Kiambu ndio wanunua magari mingi. It's true, because they are a success. Just simple as that. So the taxation in Kenya would pass, mzalendo. And you know, wale watu ambao are criticizing it, they will criticize it. Lakini sisi ambao tunasema hivi, some of us in unasema hivi mzalendo, let the corruption get out. Serikali ikamalisha corruption kabisa, kama ile askari ya njiani anachukua pesa ya mwananchi, my friend, we will go everywhere. Tutaenda mbali sana. Lakini just to criticize and criticize and criticize and say who's going to win who's going to pay more taxes, it's true, it's the Kikuyus, because they are more successful and they have more money. They will feel bad for a few minutes and they will continue. But kumalizia mzalendo ni kwamba any taxation of a government is to support the government of the day. Every government, ukiangalia ya Kenyatta, ya Moi, every government either in a tax ama inaenda kukopa pesa nje. And that's where it is really a problem. If we don't live within our means, Kibaki changed that very clearly. Akachange akasema lazima to live between, watu wakaanza kuendesha magari kidogo nini. So let us continue to go to that direction. Lakini hiyo vitu vingine sisi kama just to criticize, endelea. Maliza mzalendo.
Asante sana Ben. Asante sana. I expected that kind of wisdom. Now, Mburu, on this particular issue, you being somebody who's done insurance, I want you to tell me whether private companies, private insurance companies, can collect tax on behalf of the government, and how will the government be able to monitor these companies? Because I bring in a vehicle, I insure it with a private company owned by Pen Nyagaka, and at the end of the day, I expect Pen Nyagaka to pay the government the 2.5% the value of the vehicle. How is the regulator of the insurance company going to ensure that this law is followed? Your mic is off. Mburu, your mic is off.
I wanted to say that the government is in a position to put in mechanisms to ensure that happens, because every vehicle that is imported to Kenya, the importer is known, and therefore they are able to follow the genesis until the vehicle is sold. Just like when you have a company, maybe you have animal feeds company or flour mills, there are taxes that when customers come to buy from your factory, there are taxes that they will have to pay, you have to add to the products, and you are doing that on behalf of the government. So the government has strategies and systems to do all those things. So that is not a big deal. But the big question is it fair to the Kenyan people? And for me, I want to say and agree with Kevin that such kind of laws, we call them draconian laws, because they are oppressive to the common mwananchi. And when it comes to the issue of taxes, I sometimes wonder who advises our government, because if there is something that is likely to cause the government of William Ruto to crumble, is the taxes that they are adding every day. And I want to just take Kenyans through just a simple process here, that if the value of your car is 100, because that might be the lowest, 100,000 shillings, every year you are supposed to pay 2,500. This is not just the only tax, unless they are saying they're going to remove all other taxes. This is not the only tax you'll be paying. You'll be paying a tax when you're applying for insurances and so many other things. And also remember, we have taxes on fuel. So you're going to be paying a lot of money. So if the value of your car is 100,000 every year, I wish they are saying this is you just do it once, but they are saying this is annually. Every year you're going to be paying 2,500. If the value is 2,000, you'll be paying 5,000. I mean, if the value of your car is 200,000, you'll be paying 5,000. What if the value is 300,000? You'll be paying 7,500. If the value of your car is 400,000, you'll be paying 10,000 every year. If it is 500,000, you'll be paying 12,500. 6,000, you'll be paying 15,000. If it is 700,000, you're gonna be paying 17,500. I want to go up to 1 million. We see. If the value of your car is 800,000, you're gonna be paying 20,000 to the government every year. What if it is 9,000? You're gonna be paying 22,500. And finally, if the value of your car is 1 million, you're gonna be paying 25,000 every year for that car.
And
that is exclusive of all other taxes.
And if your car is 30 million, like the VX, the 30 million, how much will you be paying?
So that is why I'm saying I don't know who advises. If your car is 30 million, you're gonna pay 750,000 in terms of taxes. That is why we say such a law is draconian, not sustainable. It is unbelievable.
Mburu, I would want to ask you one question. Even if you are saying that law is draconian, you have a car in the US where you are.
Yeah.
Can you count for me how many taxes you pay for the government?
Okay, I pay property tax.
That's one.
I also pay for the tax.
That's two.
I also pay for emissions and safety.
That's three.
Is there any other tax we pay?
You also pay for insurance.
And insurance, yes, 5.
Those are 5. And now, these 5 charges, they are annually paid.
Yes.
And they are annually paid either to the county government for property tax you pay to where you, the county where you are residing. That's where you pay the property tax. And the insurer, you pay your insurance, that is your safety and the safety of other commuters on the road. And the tax, you pay them annually, which they have an expiry.
Yes.
Your tax have got an expiry date printed on the tax. The tax, for the sake of our
just
viewers.
Reminded me. Today I just got a ticket. Today I just got a ticket. Because my tag is not renewed and my car had failed emission. So they had told me to drive for at least 150 miles for it to reset for some equipment which they had changed. So I tried to explain to the traffic officer. He said, no, but I know your car has no tax.
So that is where I say, Kenya borrows some laws which they don't know how to implement. You don't call them draconian laws. They are good laws, but they don't implement them in the right manner. Because the lender tells you, okay, I'm giving you so much billion, but tell me how you're going to pay this money. Then he says, oh, Kenyans live luxuriously. They have got cars. Tax these people, these cars that they drive. Now, this tax does not affect the mamamboga. This tax is aimed at the high end in society. the people who own vehicles, the people who live a luxurious life like Kevin, who have got the luxury of driving their car to work, they can comfortably pay whatever amount. But the amount that they are talking about, they have not gone through it and seen that this tax is very, very oppressive. And perhaps they need to know how to break it down evenly so that it can become affordable and expand the tax brackets so that they can collect more taxes by people paying less, but targeted. You pay for your registration, you pay for emissions because those vehicles clearly pollute the environment. When you're importing a VX, you need to pay for the emission taxes. So they need to quantify and know that this is what we are paying. Now, this opens another Pandora's box that because one, your car has to be revalued. Kenyans have to insurance companies have got now a new set of business. The cars have to be revalued so that you get the value of your car and pay the right price. Now, so many Kenyans, I know my country so well, will devalue their vehicles. Gari sasa zitakuwa na value ya 50,000, 150, 200,000 ndio watu walipe ile ushuru kidogo. That is exactly what is going to happen. So that is also opens another avenue of corruption in Kenya. So as much as the government intentions are good, but there are no mechanisms to stop like the corruption. Yes.
Mzalendo, I want to disagree. In this one, the intention of the government is not good. And I want to tell the government of William Ruto, of which I am and I was a supporter and still remain a supporter. But a good friend is the one who tells you when you are naked. I want to tell the government that you cannot fix the problems of a country within a short period of time. Kenya is not going anywhere. So don't try to fix everything today. So let things be done gradually, not drastically. So what they are trying to do is to do serious development at the same time, clear the loans at the same time, pay heavy, borrow some heavy loans for development. Sorry. So this is what I would advise the government of William Ruto. Be very careful with some of these proposals. It doesn't matter who has advised you, but some of these things will bring down the government of William Ruto. So it is bad when people feel that they are oppressed by their own government. So it is better you slow down on development, on roads construction, on some things that we can forego, instead of when people are doing poor economically, you overtax them, you impoverish them, simply because you want to show them that you are doing the work. At the end of the day, these people will turn against you.
Mzalendo, Jeff is really messing us up in terms of what we did as Kenyans. Jeff, why would you shoot such a very, very bad debate on that? Kenya has been got its independence in the year 1962. I mean 1963. You can't tell us that it's high time for us to forgo some development agendas at the expense that Kenya doesn't have enough money. Why would you say that? And all over the same governments, there is no time frame when Kenya has never had a government. It has been having very stable government, collecting taxes from the people. And therefore, that is why we have been equating Kenya to be an equivalent of Singapore. If Kenya could have had good development agendas, good
the ideas and implementation of policies, then it could have been at the rate of Singapore and Malaysia. So now you are telling us that the Rutos and the Ruto's government should forego road constructions, should forego other important things just because they don't have money. What kind of an idea is that, Mburu? Retract it and say the government needs to give people an equivalent of the taxes they pay. We pay a lot of taxes, my brother, because look at the bread. If you are buying bread, you are paying for it. Anything that you are doing. I've been into these other countries. I have been to Djibouti. I've been to, even our neighbor here at Djibouti. They don't even, when you're sending money, when you're withdrawing money, free of charge. When you're withdrawing money either from your phone or from your bank, it's free, completely free. But what's the charges in Kenya? In as much as some of these banks are privatized, it's a lot of money. So where does this money go to? Does it go to the individual pockets? We saw the other day Murkomen, Honorable Murkomen, wearing a very expensive watch. We see newly elected MPs. Within a few months, they have very big, lavish houses and big cars. Okay? You don't tell me that these guys have been working so hard. It could be so uncouth of you that so-and-so came into the parliament and now he's working so hard, and then equate that to the monthly pay that this person gets. So Kenyans get taxed, and then what happens later on? It gets into the individual or the so-called leaders. And I don't recognize these Kenyan MPs as leaders, because they are the ones who are stamping the authority in these draconian rules, which are really coming down to weighing down Kenyans. They can't do anything. Any Kenyan that you would say that this is now a rich Kenyan is suffering in one way or the other. The psychosocial factors, in as much as people would be walking in the streets, would be driving big cars in the streets, but deep inside them, they are really suffering. There are a lot of things that they are, and we are going to the independent state, because you have money as an individual, but then how many people are you supporting on the side? That is the economy that we are trying to drive at. We have so many policies. We have 1,000+ policies. In fact, everything that you see in Kenya, every step that you make, there is a law there. There is a law. So Mburu, that's an idea that you need to retract and say, we need to get development. We need to live a life equivalent to how much we are paying, the taxes we are paying, because as far as we are concerned, it's a government which runs away when tragedies and emergencies come in. The other day you saw it was the Kenya Red Cross who were the first to go to Limuru or Maimahio. The government was still sleeping when they went there. All of them were in gumboots and completely trash. Let's refrain from that. We need development.
Well, let me Mburu, let me welcome Julia. Julia has been away from Africa for quite some time. Karibu sana, Julia. We are talking about the Finance Bill 2024. We also touched a bit on the Limuru 3 conference and its significance. Now, Karibu Julia, and tell us where you are. So many people have missed your contribution on Africa. Karibu.
Asante. Good to see you, Mburu. I'm using my phone. I don't see
It's okay.
person, but I think this is Penny. Hi, Penny.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Wewe umetoroka sawa tu.
Hapana, sijatoroka.
I found you where you are now. I just saw a headline, something running. You are running headlines about Gachagua. That is what I wanted to ask you some questions about. In fact, I wanted to ask Mburu some questions about his best friend Gachagua. What is happening? Is there storm in paradise? But before that, wacha niongelele chenye Mburu amesema about, I think that's the finance bill. I'm so happy to hear Mburu talking like that. I never thought I would hear someone saying that Kenya Kwanza is oppressing people with tax, overtaxing them. I have always found people praising Kenya Kwanza and saying that Kenyans need to pay tax. And I've been asking myself, haven't Kenyans been paying tax? And haven't the money that has been collected as tax, hasn't the government been running as normal without this skyrocketing taxes and the increased tax left and right? So I'm happy to hear Mburu point out that something is not right. And me personally, I really think that this government has run short of ideas on how to raise resources, and they are looking for last resort from all corners. And I think soon they'll be bankrupt because I think they have borrowed from everywhere, left and right. That is what I think, Mzalendo. I think they have borrowed from IMF. They have borrowed, yani wamekopa, ushaona mtu amekopa, neighbor amekopa everything mpaka sasa ana mtu wa kumkopesha. I think wamefika, and now they have to collect as much tax from whichever ways that they can to just remain afloat. By remaining afloat, I mean even to be able to pay salaries. And I'm not talking about everybody's salaries. I'm talking about salaries that cannot be avoided. Our disciplined forces. I don't know. I'm not sure that they are disciplined any longer. Let me call them our military and our police. So I think now the government is staying afloat, just even to try and pay those salaries. And I think a lot of people will be missing salaries soon, kama walimu, civil servants. And because I think the government is struggling to stay afloat. And that is why I'm not trying to justify the taxes, but I'm just trying to say that I think that is why they are taking these measures. And soon, still, they'll not get that enough tax to do that. Because somebody was analyzing that if you decide to tax even the finance sector and take us back to where we are coming from, I don't know where I think some of us are old enough here to remember that before Kibaki became president, the finance market was for a few Kenyans. We had a few banks in Kenya, like Barclays Bank and Standard Chartered Bank. Then we had National Bank. And then we had Post Bank. Haikuwa bank, this was a financial institution, just a financial institution. Then I think we had KCB. I can't remember well about KCB. I don't want to talk about KCB, but I remember about National Bank and Standard Chartered Bank, and those two banks, I mean, not Standard Chartered Bank and Barclays Bank, you needed about 10,000 shillings for you to run an account there, because that had to be your minimum balance. So it means many Kenyans could not afford that. Then Kenyans could not even afford loans, okay, or capital to do business or to invest or even to buy property. The situation of Kenya before Kibaki became president. And immediately he became president, I think there was this, the interest rates by the central bank went down, lending rates, and we had cooperative, yes, there was cooperative bank too. Cooperative bank was able to lend a lot of funds to the SACCOs. There were creations of SACCOs and even front offices for those SACCOs. So workers could earn their pay from those SACCOs we're calling them front offices because those are financial institutions. Now, because of that, now we had banking services more accessible by Kenyans. And that is when we also saw the creation of Equity Bank, which became more accessible to the common mwananchi. You didn't have to have a lot of money to have an account in Equity Bank. And that is what changed the other banks, even the KCB and the others. Now people could have accounts in those other banks. Now, that also progressed to the creation of the M-Pesa transactions. So Kenya's really financial market is really developed, so much developed, almost competing the Western world. I don't think the West have something like M-Pesa. Sidhani wako something close to M-Pesa. I always think M-Pesa is more advanced than what the West have. So that was an advancement that we need to appreciate. So if we start fighting that financial success, then I think I want to agree with some analysts who said that Kenyans may go back to mattress banking. Yeah, that is what is likely to happen. And I think some financial institutions are also likely to shut down. And I believe that we understand that now businesses are now walking out from Kenya. So how much tax will this government collect? I tend to think that they'll go back to square one. That is what's going to happen. And Buru was saying, unless the president is trying to drive the government to a collapse, the government will drive itself to a collapsing situation. It is not the people of Kenya who make it collapse. The government, Ruto's government, will drive itself to collapse. So that is where the government of Kenya is. Sasa hawana ideas, uzalendo, hawana. You people, we be saying here, and you people, you want to point fingers at Uhuru, but we can say as people of Kenya, when Uhuru was there, our children were going to school. When Uhuru was president, our children went to the university by paying 16,000 shillings, and they were given help loans when Uhuru was president. When Uhuru was president, we had things like Beyond Zero. These maternity programs by Mama Kenyatta, Margaret Kenyatta, where women could deliver free without paying for anything. When Uhuru was there, whether Uhuru was borrowing money or stealing or using his own money, at least the country was running. When Uhuru was there, we had projects running. Whether he was borrowing from China, we could see the projects. This government cannot even afford to finish the Mau roads. Wamesema wamesimamisha. So they keep saying we are paying Uhuru's loans. They are also borrowing. They are borrowed more than Kibaki. Both Kibaki and Uhuru borrowed, and they have only been here for only 2 years. So it's a big lie to say that they are paying Uhuru's loans when they have borrowed more than those presidents combined. If you ask your children, mzalendo, ukienda safari, uamue kwenda safari, na uambie wende wachie watoto wako mama yao, na when you are away, the children begin eating well, or maybe when you come back, you decide to tell them that we cannot afford to buy bread, I cannot afford to buy because I'm paying this. Your children will tell you, Daddy, when you are away, Mama could buy for us this, and they'll never want to understand, because what are Kenyans' priorities? Kenyans' priorities should be education, access of equitable, equal opportunities for education for all Kenyan children, irrespective of their economic background. Number 2, access to health services, food, shelter, and clothing. If this government cannot even maintain status quo of where we are coming from, and then they start overtaxing, they are running themselves down. So I came here I didn't want to discuss that, but I want to pronounce that I am looking forward to seeing a situation where this government will not even be able to pay their armed forces. That will be a very interesting scenario to watch. And
Wow.
your armed forces, I don't know where Ruto is gonna be. Or maybe he's planning to kill himself. Now, that's just about a joke. I don't think he can kill himself. Now, mzalendo niambie tu, hebu kama ukisema kitu ama Penny ama the other guest there, what is happening to the man from the mountain? Bwana Gachagua amepotelea.
I think we are going. You are going to get the right answers right now, and probably I know Mburu, Penny, your mic has got a problem. That's why I put it off. I think on First off, you've said some very important points, which you have attacked the government of William Ruto. I believe Mburu is here to represent UDA and their position
Oh, yeah, that is Mburu. Mburu sikuwa naona tuwe ni Mburu.
on the issues that you have mentioned. I think you will get some very, very good answers on those particular issues. I also feel that the government, if there's one thing that they are failing, is on the issue of taxes. We have tried to talk about it here before, that they are getting their policies very, very wrong. Mburu, you've heard Julia very, very well, loud and clear, and very articulate on our points. What is your take? What is the position of your government? You're accused of being or borrowing, and there are no projects that are happening in Kenya. Children are not going to school. The money for capitation has not been released to the secondary schools. That is the issue that the opposition is talking about each and every day. Maybe you can highlight and tell us what is happening in UDA.
Let me start with the submission which was made by Kevin. Kevin went to the extent of requesting that I retract my statement which I made when I said that the government cannot fix the problems of Kenyans all at once or within 5 years. You think now you can solve all the problems that have been there. And he said no. When I said we should go slow on some areas in order not to overtax the Kenyans, he felt that the government collects enough money to be able to do all things at the same time, of which that is not a statement of facts. And I want to say this. Sometimes we, the panelists, discuss, and I know, Kevin, wherever you are, you're listening to me, with a lot of confidence. And when you read in between the lines, you only discover we are only giving general statements without having the real information. Because when you say the government has enough money out of our own taxes to do all things that ought to be done by the government, yet you are not, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the figures of how much does the government collect annually, and how much goes to the recurrent expenditure, and how much goes to the development. It would have been good if Kevin was having those figures to break them down so that we can say, oh, for sure, he has a point. So to that extent, I would say he was only giving a general statement. But the honors of numbers tells us that in Kenya, 55% of our national revenue goes to the recurrent expenditure. Therefore, we are left with only 45% to pay the loans, to do development, and anything that may come in between. Therefore, we don't have enough money out of our national revenue to be able to cater for everything that we are supposed to. Under normal circumstance, we are supposed to, around 33% is what is supposed to go to the recurrent expenditure. Everything else goes to development, which does not happen. Therefore, I knew exactly what I was talking about. The other thing he said, we have had a government since 1963. That's another very unfair statement. In Swahili, we say that mugara muue na haki umpe. If we are to judge the performance of William Ruto, are we going to judge him in the time that he will be the president of Kenya, not from 1963? Therefore, I would desist from making such a point. Therefore, let me now come to Julia. Julia has made a very, very good submission. The only place where I felt that she erred is when she started now praising Uhuru Kenyatta. But everything else she said, she was on point. that yes, we have to ensure that we are not overtaxing. There is taxing and overtaxing. When you become too much, when you become too much of everything is poison. So they should really check on this. And why am I saying this? I'm not saying this to criticize the government, but as an advice. You know what happens in Kenya? We have different kind of supporters. There are those who support their leaders emotionally and from their hearts, that no matter how many mistakes their leaders make, they will never see. But there are others who support the leaders because of the goodwill of the nation. And I believe I'm one of them, that when I see a mistake, I'll be able to say this one is now going to the wrong direction. And I think on the matter of taxes, we are overdoing it. And we should rethink that decision, or the government of UDA should rethink on how they are doing taxation, because it might bite them. That is what I can say.
Well, Buru, yes, you seem to agree with each and every point that Julia raised. You agree that William has overborrowed, and that is absolutely wrong. You also agree that William Ruto is not doing the right thing, according to your statement. So, Julia, you are very much on point that the government is not doing the right thing. But again, you are told that why can't you give this government time? 2 years is not good enough to make a conclusive judgment about the government. Penny, you want to say something? Yes.
Sasa huyu Juli anasema I'm made tired. Sasa anitaki kabisa, na mimi sio taki hiyo, na sijauliza hiyo Juli. Wacha niseme hivi, vile Juli wanasema Mburu ati hawaoni barabara kama Thika Highway, hawaoni hii, hawaoni hii. Juli, you guys are right, lakini vile Mburu amesema, give us time and you will see all this. Ni kusema kwamba wacha mimi nisema namna hii Jeff Mburu, all the problems kina Juli wanayo are genuine, are really genuine, but how do we answer them is more important. Hiyo ndio mimi nakuwa tu Juli, usiniwagope sana. Mimi mtu ya UDA, lakini UDA what they have done wrong is the corruption. The bottom up economics will not work under those conditions, and we have to say the truth for what it is. Lakini wacha tuseme namna hii Juli, you guys don't have somebody we can turn to. Naona mzalendo hakuna Raila the United Nations. Sasa Kalonzo unataka tuende Juli namna gani? Juli,
I think that's a very good question, Penny Yagaka. Maybe Julia will be able to answer that question. Now, who do we turn to in the Kenyan political scene right now? Every leader seems to have been compromised. There's no honesty in among these leaders. So, Julia, where do the Kenyan people turn to when it comes to leadership and guidance? Where do we follow, or we just follow our instincts? What do you think is happening in the Kenyan political scene right now? Because Raila Odinga accused William Ruto of stealing his votes. Now the same thief is the one who is employing Raila Odinga in AUC. Is it a game that they are playing on the voters, or we are too ignorant to see the reality? What do you think, Julia?
Okay, first let me answer the Buru. Personally, I don't think Uhuru performed exemplary well, and he did not meet my expectations. But now comparing the two people, Ruto has just performed worse. I was just looking at the loans that they borrowed, that they borrowed even within the first year. There's such a big difference between what Ruto has borrowed within the first 18 months and what Uhuru borrowed. Maybe you can Google that, you can find that. And there's a report that Ruto plans to borrow more 3.6 trillion in his first 5 years. So if you compare even his borrowing, they have been lying to us that at tunalipa madeni ya Uhuru. And if they were paying and not borrowing, then we will see them as heroes. But they are claiming they are paying, they are also borrowing. The other thing, Buru, even if Uhuru didn't do good, I just given you some common indicators. Okay? Common just indicators. You don't even have, it is not rocket science. Just about 2 years ago, university students in Kenya were paying 16,000 Kenya shillings. And those who had a C+ were guaranteed entry into the universities. They were called government-sponsored students. This government has changed that right now. And they no longer know who is to go to. In fact, parents are being asked the tune of 500,000 Kenya shillings to take their children to the university. So I think first and foremost, Ruto has killed the education of Kenya. Now, what about what Mzalendo is saying about capitation? We never had this kind of discussions in the days of Uhuru. However bad a president he was, we didn't have discussions about capitation. What about Linda Mama? Si Ruto ametoa Linda Mama. What has he done with NHIF? He just completely messed with NHIF. Jews, you people, all of you here watch the news that he has been withdraw the insurance for health insurance for children in secondary, in schools. The government was paying. So those are the basic indicators. Hata fadhali mnasema tumpatie wakati, ange maintain status quo, then tumpatie na wakati wa kudevelop. That's okay. He maintains status quo. Our children goes to school. Okay, we don't have interference with our health services, and then now we can give him time to do infrastructure or to do projects. We could be talking here, give him time to do projects. You're not telling us to give him time to take our children to school. Wakae nyumbani, as we give him time, Buru. We give him how many years to take our children to school? Now you understand why this government, so see, it is not, in fact, let me say this, it no longer matters whether we voted for Azimio or for UDA. What matters now is what the common Kenyan is going through. That is what matters. In fact, these parties no longer matter to Kenyans. What matters is what they are going through. Now, a case in point, see how they handled the recent flood disaster. What a chaotic government. Chaotic. Did you people see people trying to rescue themselves in Mathare? Kwani hii jeshi yetu ilikuwa wapi? You people, do you see Eric Omondi with his boat? Don't we have an army that is fully equipped with motorboats and all that and helicopters? What kind of a government is this? Look at how they handled that disaster. How? Most of you here are in the Western world, and you see how they handle. We don't even want them to do like the US. We just want them to be there for Kenyans when such things happen. Not seeing the mwananchi struggle. See those people who are trying to look for bodies in Mathare. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anasema amelipa mtu atafute watu wake. Shame on the government of Kenya. Where is this? What is the work of the Kenya Army? They have never even gone to fight anywhere. They should be all fired. They go home. They are eating our salary for nothing, our money for nothing, our tax for nothing. They should all be fired. And then they appeared finally in my Mahiu when people had been buried dead. I mean, this government is such an embarrassment. And me, from my take is, Ruto is the president, the deputy president, the cabinet secretary for treasury, education. He's everything. Alikuwa nafikiria kwamba ata micromanage serikali, amegundua hii maneno ni ngumu ni kama kuoa bibi, hutafikiria bibi atazaa na utanunua diaper. Ameshtuka tu, ameshikwa na mshtuko. This work is hard though. And he was accusing Uhuru for drinking. Uhuru was drinking because he knew this work was too much. Maybe he should have...
Julia, your submission is very good. The only annoying part is when you keep on bringing Uhuru.
Yes, I have to bring Uhuru.
It's very annoying because it's not that Uhuru was up to the task.
Listen,
Uhuru was the most coolest leader Kenya will ever had.
Finish. Buru, you are not being fair. You're interrupting my talk. Whom else do you want me to compare? Unataka ni compare na nani? Who was the president last year, 2 years ago? You or me? No.
We are not here to compare.
No, we do, but even you now, I can compare the two of you and Muzarendo if I see your children. If some are unhealthy, I will say watoto wako wako na shiako na wengine hawana kwa shiako. You want me to congratulate a man who is not feeding his children? No. That is how even me, if you see my children
in this debate.
Okay, let me bring in. Let me bring in Julia. Let me bring in Kevin. Has been on. He has something burning that he wants to say.
It's I think Lillian who has really made me so impressed about his analysis and the indicators. I agree with you, Lillian, 100%, because you cannot. Julia, sorry. She's okay. Thank you so much. I really agree with you because you cannot look at every corner of the government and then say, okay, now you've not performed on this. But you can just look at the key indicators. Even in a research, you don't have to look at 10 objectives and then you come up with the conclusion and the recommendations. So you've just looked at a few, and really the few indicators that you've looked at really mirrors on what kind of government we have in Kenya. It's very pathetic. Key one is on health issues, the Linda Mama, which was introduced by the previous government, where Ruto himself was a vice president or the deputy president, looked at the loopholes and said, okay, we need to get money from these delivering mothers. Now mothers are paying money. You don't know whether it's a mother who has a job or the husband has a job. You don't care about it. How many people have lost jobs? How many companies have been shut down because of underperforming economy? There are so many, and I think the big thing that is really coming up and people are not so careful about, they are really laughing about it so far and trying to do it as a joke, is this tree planting issue. Because you see the government is saying, okay, let's plant trees, and then the other day it was, let's commemorate our fallen citizens in these floods, emergencies, by planting trees. But then again, in which parcels of land do we plant them? There are going to be very, very draconian laws in terms of this. And looking at the fact that Ruto is so impressed about the affordable housing, you never know. Maybe in 10 years to come, all those parcels of land will be flushed out, and then you are told we will give you a cube in the affordable housing. This is my thought. And of course, whatever Kenyan think about in this kind of governments, it always comes to be true. So mark my words, in the few years to come, my prediction would happen that there would be massive rural urban migration to where? To the affordable housing. And then what happens to your lands? The government will pick it up and maybe go ahead with the tree planting and in the name of climate change idea, just to siphon money from the World Bank and the UN agencies. It's a point of debate. And for Mburu, I think you've gotten it right. Your government is not working. It's doing nothing, completely zero. And in fact, I would even do better than Ruto, the current Ruto government, if I would be the president of Kenya. So stop supporting this Ruto government, which is doing nothing for the people of Kenya, and on the side is taxing people so high. So come back to Kenya and feel the struggle. Don't talk about it when you are far away in a developed world.
All right, Penny, go ahead. People are fiery on this platform. Penny, can you say something?
Yes.
These people are hammering.
I wanted to answer this. Ndani sana kwa sababu Juli yuko hapa na Juli vinaenda pole akiwa huko, lakini waje nikwambie kijana, this government is doing exactly what it said it will do and it won the elections. Kama hukusikia hiyo, kama hukujua hiyo, chua leo ni ya kwamba other than corruption ambao sisi wengine tumekataa sana, this government is doing taxing, doing everything it has to do to get where it is. Na kama mna any other ideas, tuambie tuende wapi. Mzalendo anakuuliza. He has asked so many. Hakuna mtu ambao tunaambiwa tuende bali hii, tuone vile atatuambia, tusikie vile atasema. There's nothing like that. Lakini ku criticize this government, just to criticize it, my friend, you can go on and on and forever, but we will never accept that those kind of ideas. Because you are not telling us the alternative. Tuende wapi? Thank you, Mr. Rendo.
All right, I wanted to bring in another topic, but let me just wind up this Ruto topic because one, there's something that people don't know, that Ruto has been the president of the republic ever since they joined hands with Uhuru Kenyatta. Even when they were in ICC, Ruto ndiye alikuwa kiongozi wa Kenya. That is the guy who was the president. So Ruto has been in this game for a very long time. And for you, remember one time Ruto saying that he wanted to slap the president, ule anaitwa Uhuru. You know why he was saying that? Because every government sector was under him. So everybody who thinks that Uhuru was ever the president of Kenya was just a president in quotes. But the main guy was William Samoei Ruto. He has been the president all that time. And Uhuru had got no say. Even when he wanted to give Raila the presidency, he could not, because the government was fully under control of William Samoei Ruto. People don't know that. So sometimes they argue, blah, blah, elections were done, this and that. No, Uhuru was never president and he never wanted to be the president. So I think he's just coming late to realize, hey, I should have done A, B, C, D. No. Uhuru was not the president. He was just there as a figure, but the guy who was in control was William Samoei Ruto. And Azimio supporters say it very well, and Julia even repeated it, that mlevi wetu alikuwa anafanya kazi. Hakuwa anafanya kazi, alikuwa anafanyiwa kazi.
Alikuwa hajielewi, hajitambui.
Alikuwa anafanyiwa kazi.
That's a good comment, Muzarendo.
The worst thing that has ever happened to Kenya.
I love what you and Buru are saying. Now, after that, you say that why is this intelligent man failing who was working for Uhuru? Why can't he work for himself? What has happened to his brain? Has he become redundant? Now that he was working for Uhuru and children were going to school and we had Linda Mama, the projects were going on and he was working very well for Uhuru.
Julia, before you proceed, can you tell us more about Linda Mama and how it was being implemented?
Whatever, but it was working.
No, just tell us a little bit what you understand about it.
Okay, I'm not in Kenya, but I know it was working. But it is not
working. Was it working? Who was the owner of Linda Mama?
Whoever.
Was it the government or it was an individual initiative?
Whatever. I need to look up because I don't want to
because we have to understand and we have to distinguish.
Okay.
One, we have to understand how government operates. The government does not mix private activities with government activities. Remember, even before the first lady Margaret Kenyatta, there was a government and the Linda Mama aspect was not there. A government comes to power with an agenda. and implement its own agenda, not what other people were doing. And that is where we miss the point, because we tend to mix everything all together as if we don't understand how the government operates.
Okay, nimeangalia Mburu. NHIF covered Linda Mama. Linda Mama, NHIF covered Linda Mama. So it was funded by the NHIF. And now
it was a government initiative.
Yes. And now it is not working. You people, you have said a good thing. And I'm actually buying what you are saying, that Ruto was the one working. So why is he not working now? Has his brain gone redundant? You people, you talk from both sides of your mouth.
You see, Julia, I don't think any of us here have said that the government is not working. We are criticizing and we are criticizing objectively. I have said, to me, I feel like the government is overtaxing. That does not mean that I don't support the government agenda. The same case with Pen Nyagaka. So it is good when we criticize and criticize objectively, not holistically. That way we'll be in a position to help the electorate and the people of Kenya to be informed. But when we come here and we become emotional and uhuru and all that, and mix issues, we're gonna be suffering from lack of particularity. So for me, I think the government has very good ideas, very good agenda, like now the agenda of affordable housing that will transform Kenya, and so many other things that you see that are going on right now. What they're trying to do on the farming sector, coffee and tea and all that, the government intervention that is being done, it's gonna bear fruit as we go on. So I don't just want us to take the government holistically and say everything is not working. I have heard you go to the extreme of saying that very soon we will not be in a position to pay our army. That is an extreme way of perceiving things. We haven't reached there. There are shortcomings, there are challenges, but that does not mean that the government is totally failing. But where it fails, we can point out and say specifically this area needs improvement. But when we talk out of emotion and holistically how we are used to talk, we are not helping anyone.
I think, Muru, you're right. Each and every time we have this conversation, we want to come up with solutions where the government is doing wrong. We also try to correct it and say, I remember when we had this show and the government was trying to open schools when the floods were on, we made that initiative and told them, they can't do that. And they made the announcement and they stopped opening the schools at some hours past midnight. So some of these things, let us not take these talk shows for granted. Let us make them a place where Kenya can find solutions and address the issues. If we are on the lamentation gear, like Julia, lamenting and not giving solutions, then we are heading nowhere. We want to criticize the government, at the same time give it solutions to the problems that are affecting society. The issue of Linda Mama, for example, and the issue of what of the affordable health care that Ruto is bringing in. They are one of the same things, but the other one, I think it is more comprehensive and covers a lot than what they had previously on Linda Mama. So if these things work well, they can be very beneficial to Kenyans. But most importantly, let us be citizens of the Republic of Kenya first before going back to our tribal self, where we belong and which political formations that we want to be. Love our country first and see the things that can work for us as citizens of Kenya before we think of Raila Odinga, William Ruto, or Kalonzo Musyoka or any other kingpin that you might know in the political arena. What works for you will work for other Kenyans. But we must ensure that we have a good society, a cohesive one. What happened maybe I can just wind up by us mentioning just in a bit what happened in the Limuru 3 conference. We have touched it before. That conference was so insignificant. I don't know what is your take, Julia, on the conference that happened in Limuru by Martha Karua. What is your take on that particular conference?
Okay. First, before I say something about that, Biru, you are the one who's emotional. You are getting mad with me when I mention Uhuru. So you really getting aggravated. But I'll continue to do so as long as I'm comparing Ruto and Uhuru. And you said that we should give Ruto time. When you come back, tell me what has happened to the education sector in this country, in Kenya. Why we are not in the status quo. We don't even want him to build universities or new colleges or anything. Why we are not in the status quo? When you come back, Mburu, tell me what has happened. You people, the two of you and Muzalendo have said it is Ruto who was working, not Uhuru. Why is he not working for our education? What has happened? Is he not the same brain, or what has happened to his brain? You tell me what has happened to ID. Why our children have to pay so much to go to the university? Why capitation is no longer happening? You gonna tell me about that? I have so many things. I talked about indicators. I won't even talk about the market, the capital, or the income per capita, or GDP, but I'm just talking about simple indicators. Now, the Rimuru 3 was so refreshing and empowering. And for the first time, I saw Mount Kenya people being united. And like Kioni said, I think this one is gonna give birth to a revolution in the mountain. That is how I take. Now, on that note, I also want to ask a question. I watched Kuria talking, and Kuria had said that he was going to attend the Rimuru 3, but for some reason, he did not attend because I don't think anyone was prevented from attending that Rimuru 3. And then Kuria said that he knows that there's somebody financing the Rimuru 3 with 10 million, and he knows that person. And then he also said something about his boss. He said that Gachagua he said the analyst there asked him, why is the role of, I think something about Gachagua, why Gachagua is talking about 1 man, 1 shilling. And Kuria really attacked Gachagua and said that, I know he's my boss, but why is he going around talking about this there and he's in the government? Why he can't come and address, the way Kuria talked about Gachagua, I thought that was a bit disrespectful. And then later today, I saw INTV analyzing that Gachagua is missing in action. So is Gachagua the man Kuria was referring to finance Rimuru 3? I'm just speculating. I don't know who Kuria was referring to. So I think I've answered you about Rimuru 3. That was rejuvenating for the Mount Kenya region. And I hope that spirit spreads. But now, going to the other side, you people, you have not answered me. Where is Mburu? Where is your friend? Where is your friend Gachagua missing in action? Where has he been?
I think, you came late in the show. We have analyzed almost all that aspect of the show. That from Davadi meeting the Deputy Museveni in receiving Museveni at the airport. That was a state visit, and the protocol was not followed in that particular visit of the head of state from Uganda. The president didn't meet Museveni, but rather the prime minister, who is Mudavadi, is the one who was in charge. Now, this tells you one thing. William Ruto is out to finish the Mount Kenya politics. and the person that is bringing on board is one Musalia Mudavadi. That is my take on that particular issue. Is one Musalia Mudavadi is the one who is being pushed up up on the ladder, and many Kikuyus, apart from you, Julia, Kikuyus have had 3 presidencies, and the 4th one, I don't think would be a Kikuyu president after William Ruto. That is something that even Gachagua knows, that he is not going to be the next president. So this is something that the power games are playing around in Central Province. But for Kioni and the Karuas coming in, that was a tribal outfit. There was no significance. You cannot compare it with all the Rimuru's conferences that have been there. This was attended by only Kikuyus to have to forge the agenda of the Kikuyu community. And somebody analyzed it here before and said everybody who was given a platform on that particular day is an election loser. They don't represent any constituency in Central. Or Mburu, is there any constituency that Karua is representing in Central or Kioni? These are election losers. And who else? Kabogo. So they have to find a way of rejuvenating themselves. But the thing is that Central Ruto politics is moving away from Central Province. Is it good for the country? I think it is one of the healthiest things that is happening in our politics. That is my take.
What about Buru's take? Buru, what do you have to say about your boss?
I would go with what Muzalendo has said.
Okay,
And,
let me finish my question. My question. That Ruto is out to finish. In other words, Muzalendo is saying in simple terms that Ruto is out to finish Gachagua. And I also have been seeing that, and he has been using Kuria and Didi Nyoro to disrespect Gachagua. And I think Gachagua has a reason to stay away from all that protocol that has happened for the past 1 week. So you also agree that Ruto is out to finish Gachagua. And now Ruto confirms. Ruto alisema hivi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hakuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin, lakini inafikanga mahali ndio upate uongozi. He said something. I can look for use that clip if you want me to send you there. I think you have seen that clip. That is what Ruto said. He said, if people have a problem with Kikuyus, then there is hakuna watu wenye wako na problem na Kikuyus like Kalenjins. That is what he said. So he's confirming that. So is it okay for me to conclude that all these people you are calling winners in UDA are idiots, and they are losers, and they are sellouts of the Kikuyu community? And it's better those who went for removing 3 today, because then I think those are the real men and women. Now, about the tribal outfit, I agree with you, Muzalendo. And me, I loved it. I even loved the fact that they were talking in mother tongue, because they were not discussing anything to do with Kenya. It was none of your, if you don't understand that language, it was none of your business. So nobody should feel offended at Waliongea na Kikuyu. It was none of any other person's business if you didn't understand that language, which was okay for me. And me, it is okay even Luos if they call such a meeting and forge a way forward for their region. Because the things we were discussing were the matters that affect Mount Kenya region, kama coffee, chai, nini. Walikuwa naongelea maisha ya Mount Kenya. Sasa it is just okay. In fact, me, Muzalendo, I want to tell Kenyans here without fear of contradiction that it is not important for us to have a president in Mount Kenya region. What is important is that we are given our rights. For example, if our children go to school, if we have good roads, if we have power and clean water, that is what we would want. If we can sell our coffee more so processed, and our tea, and our milk, na mayai yetu, That is what we want. So let all Kenyans know here who are watching here that we no longer care about having a president. In fact, we don't care who becomes the next president. But if Mount Kenya can be empowered, that is what we care right now. And I think that's what those people were talking about. I don't think they discussed national politics. I don't even think they discussed about presidential candidates and all that. They just talked about the affairs of. So you people, you don't need to say a tribal outfit. It was a beautiful tribal outfit, Mount Kenya region, and we are not ashamed about it. There's now, kwani Wakikuyu wakutana nini mbaya? What is wrong with these people? You people meet and do ODM registration in Nyanza. Who complains? If Kikuyus meet, is a big deal. Everybody is talking tribal out, tribal out. Yes, let everybody know that it was a beautiful tribal outfit. And me, I was very happy to hear people speaking in mother tongue. I was ashamed of those who were trying to speak in Swahili and English, because that should have been fully either Wongea Kiembu, Kimeru, ama Kikuyu. Juu ilikuwa maneno ya mlima. Period. Asanteni. Buru. What has
Mburu, I don't know. Wewe ulisikia hiyo maneno
Serendo, you are doing us a disservice, because I think what next time we'll be doing is to give us at least 2 minutes, so that we can have segments. But when I have made a long submission, it becomes hard for others to know where to respond and what to respond to. Julia has mixed very good statements with very bad statements. I would say I'm a political hardcore. Julia is a political extremist. She goes to the extreme edge, and I might not go to that level. However, I want to say this, that we in Kenya, we like taking things out of context and sometimes leading mischief in almost everything. First of all is the statement which is referring to, which the president made some time back, that we as Kalenjins have a problem with Kikuyus more than the people who were complaining about Kikuyus. But he said sometime it comes a time when you put the differences aside, you first forge ahead and for common goal, like the presidency. That does not mean that the president meant that he has a problem with the Kikuyus. It was a statement of facts that by then there was a huge difference between the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus, which was true. We have been having these differences for quite a very long time, fighting over the land disputes and all that. So when he said that, I don't think it's something that we should always keep on purifying the president, because he was referring to that time and how things were. And we should not always be trying to create differences among people. The things that divide us are very less or less variable than the things that should unite us. I would want, when I come here, I talk less of my tribe. I don't know why everything we talk, in most cases, we have to tailor whatever we are saying to add into a tribal perspective. We as intellectuals should try to bring people together and also devalue the aspect of the tribe, because I don't see any value of me being a Kikuyu, or how different am I from Muzalendo being a Luo. So that aspect to me, or the tribal card, does not work very well with me. Yes, I am proud that I'm a Kikuyu, but beyond that, what next? So there is nothing much about it. So I would not want us to keep on discussing in the aspect of tribe. But just like I said yesterday, it's okay for people to meet to discuss their development agenda. There is nothing wrong with that, because those are leaders of that region. And as I said, the people who were meeting, the agenda was to try to show the electorate or the people of Mount Kenya that there are people who are thinking about them. And as I said, those are political rejects. They have no any or much say. They don't have much influence, and there is nowhere they can go. Why? They are not in parliament. They are not in Senate. They are not in executive. So such a forum is a very good place for them to go and shout and cry and just show Kenyans we are still there. We are not finished. But politically, especially in Mount Kenya, if you're not very careful, you commit political suicide. Like already Karua has already committed political suicide. She will never rejuvenate herself into political positions. Remember, from the time when she resigned as the Minister of Justice, when she was given such a powerful position by the former President Mwai Kibaki, from that time, Karua has never been elected in Mount Kenya. So even by Raila Odinga taking her as a running mate, it was taking risk, serious taking risk, because by defying the president, whom, and as I told you, in Mount Kenya, we don't support two people at the same time. We support one at a time, but we don't always be controlled by a leader. We support a leader at a time. When she defied Kibaki, she committed political suicide. And she has been trying to revive herself. And it has always been an exercise in futility. So let me say that Limuru 3 is nothing. It will bear nothing. So it was not going anywhere, and we are not expecting much result from it, because those who are heading it don't have power to do anything. They don't have people behind them. Neither do they have political positions. So who are they? They are not going anywhere.
Well said, Mburu. I can see Kevin. Kevin, you have not spoken.
No. Mr. I mean it. He did not answer me. Why is your boss, Gachagua? Isn't he the one who is being accused by Kuria for financing Limuru 3?
You see, I don't talk things that I don't know, because even you don't know what you are saying. So
no, it's a question.
I will always refrain from talking things that I don't have information. So I even don't know whom Kuria was referring to. So if I come to television and tell people and talk as if I know, then I'll be, I don't want to say, but I'll appear like an idiot. So I don't.
So did you respond to Muzalendo's? Muzalendo said Gachagua has been sidelined. I think that's what he was implying.
Yeah, that is the only side that I disagree. And I disagree totally to a larger extent with Muzalendo. Because one, we have to analyze the character of William Ruto. William Ruto, as I said, William Ruto has never been petty. And you have to look at the history. William Ruto, one, the people who sideline are like Uhuru. Uhuru wasn't very confident about himself. And he felt like Ruto was shining so much, and he felt that Ruto was a threat to his position. And he maybe wanted to continue with his legacy. And he was feeling like Ruto was covering him because of his personality. But Ruto himself has what we call the self-efficacy. It is to say that he believes in his ability to perform. He also does not suffer from low self-esteem. He is confident about himself. So there is nothing to fear about Gachagua that would make him want to suppress Gachagua. The other aspect is that Ruto, from the time immemorial, is not known to be a betrayer. If he supports someone, he supports fully. And the other thing is that he is not petty. He does not fight these small fights. Yeah? We call them the kitchen politics. He would let people, those who are fighting, fight their small battles, but he knows who he is. He's the president of Kenya. Gachagua is the deputy president. Each one of them, they have duties for them to do, and that is enough for the president and deputy president. So anybody saying that the deputy president is being sidelined is just leading mischief. And I haven't seen any sign. When I will see such signs, I will tell you that there is a difference between the president and deputy president. But as per now, there is nothing. There is nothing at all.
Thank you, Buru. Of course, I'll not wait for you to tell me, because you'll never see anything. And you'll never see anything wrong with Ruto. Because that is you. You choose, you're like, I see nothing, I hear nothing. So you close your eyes. So thank you for that response. Asante.
Kevin, the battle between Julia and Mburu will not end. Kevin, can you say something? That will not end. It didn't start today. It never started today. So I don't want even to go in between it.
She just chooses to pick fights with me.
Yeah, I know she knows the right.
Now you have chased
She's my good friend.
No,
we have
Kevin
become
is
friends.
at work. Penny, do you have something to say before I give you guys a minute to wind up? We've done almost 7 hours of this show since we started. Yeah, Penny.
Yes, mimi nakubali yote wanazungumza marafiki yangu Mburu na Julia, lakini the Limurus that vile nilikwambia kitambo that we has ended up benefiting a Kikuyu one way or the other. So some of us who are not Kikuyus, we have a problem with it, because how else could we relate to it? Kutoka wakati the other tribes were involved, na mzee Oginga Odinga, Ochieng' Oneko, Tom Mboya na Gijuru na wengine, na rafiki yangu mzee Kenyatta alikuwa jela wakati huo. It was Limuru. And it was Limuru where mzee Oginga Odinga resigned kutoka KANU akaanza kipindi yake, alafu his party, alafu maliswa the other way around. Lakini what we have seen lately, all the Limurus are geared to helping the Kikuyus one way or the other, na hiyo sio mbaya sana. Mimi natoka Kisii, we don't have a problem with anybody. Lakini kama umeona hiyo ndio mnaenda, itakuwa ngumu sana, kwa sababu why? Julia anauliza swali mzuri sana. Why is it that when the Kikuyus meet is when the people complain? Anybody meet, hakuna kitu. Julie, you guys have decided the politics of Kenya for the longest since 1960. Wakati Mkikuyu ako hapa, the government has to be there. That's why we are worried about you, Mburu. That's why tunaona what you do as if it is the leadership is going in that direction. Hiyo inakuwa ngumu sana. Julie, hiyo ni question mzuri sana unauliza, lakini lazima tukwambia kwamba since we have watched you guys, you are united, you have money, you have everything, and you have decided the country where it goes. Na hiyo ndio inatusumbua, lakini tunaendelea. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Just a minute, Mzalendo.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm also having problem with my eyes.
Mimi nimejisugua.
It's tough. Yeah. So I just wanted to tell Mr. Nyagaka, we hear you, and we hear your sentiments, and also now we understand your fear that you have no problem with the Kikuyus. The only problem that is there is the numbers, and numbers is something that we might not control. But I would say this: unless we change our formula of choosing our leaders, we will always have problems. Because according to our constitution, people are free to choose the leader of their choice. And we go through a democratic process. So even if tomorrow a Kikuyu or Gachagua or anybody else comes up and says, I want to run for the position of presidency, then if that person has financial muscle and he is able to pull or to consolidate the Kikuyu vote, there is a very high likelihood that that person has a very high chance of becoming another fourth president of the Republic of Kenya, the fourth president from the Kikuyu side, which would be very unfortunate because other tribes would be very uncomfortable. So what I would say for us, what we can say, because unity is very important. Unity and peace is very important in a country. I would say we should be agitating to have a different formula of choosing leaders so that tomorrow we can have anybody rise to political position, regardless of their tribal background. Because if we are to go the way we are going, there are people who will always be led by others. In Kenya, so long as you are able to consolidate votes from your side, you are good to go. And we are likely even to be led by people who are not very sharp. People, we can be led by, I don't want to use that word, but let me just use it. Because of our tribalism, one day we shall be led by fools. We shall be led by a fool as our president, simply because that person has a support from his political backyard. So we should think of changing our constitution and think of a strategy that we can use to be choosing our leaders without applying the political card. If we don't do that, there is a very high possibility that even if not 2027 or 2032, but even in the future, if the Luos have a very high chance, and the Luyas, let me say the Luyas, you see, like now the Luyas, they are the second largest tribe in Kenya, but they are never united. That is why none of them has ever risen to the position of the presidency. But because Kikuyus are more united, that is why most of the time you see other tribes are rally behind them easily. So as intellectuals, we should think of what is that formula, because democracy is not working for Kenya. It is not working. Which method can we apply that tomorrow a Maasai can become a president and nobody is saying that one is a Maasai? How is he in that position? Not us who have the numbers. How can we break the tyranny of number aspect?
Can I answer you?
All right, Penny, just hold your thought. Just hold your thought for a second, because that's what Muru has brought in is so important. And Julia, don't go away. I'm just playing a promo and then we're coming back. All right. Welcome back. At least you've taken a breather. Umekunywa kamaji kidogo. As now we wind up, I want to give each and every one of you 2 minutes to wind up so that we tuende pia sisi tulale. Starting with Pen. Pen, you had got something that you wanted to say before the break. Penny.
Uzalendo.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nasema huyu Mburu aoni vile another Kikuyu can be a president or a fourth Kikuyu can be a president. Some of us can see that. Hakuna taabu. So long as Kenya's GDP is growing as at maybe 80 and something percent, kwa hivyo corruption is zero, there is nothing wrong. Anybody can be a ruler. Yani unasikia the tribalistic argument. Na mimi sio Mkikuyu, mimi ni Mkisii. The tribalistic argument ambayo inasema tutaki Mkikuyu tena. If you get mtu kama Toure huko Kenya, afanye, the practical things. Even if it comes from Kikuyu, me, I don't really care. Kwa hivyo, let us not really blame a tribe, because kama hii kitu wanafanya ni Mburu, vile umesema Mburu. Personally, I watch and listen to Professor Peter Kawanja sana, huyu advisor ya Kenyatta kutoka huko Murang'a. Nao nataka nafata na Mburu nisikie vile anasema. The guy was saying that the Mburu meeting, and he's a Kikuyu, it's like it is tribalistic argument giving tribalistic answers. Na hakuna taabu. Na hiyo ndio Judy anapenda sana. Lakini ukifika huko Kisii unaacha hiyo nje kidogo. Lakini so let us be very clear of what we want and be proud of the government of the day. Kwa sababu, yes, it has mistakes. We should accept that. Vile mimi nasema all the time, corruption ni mbaya sana. Na mzalendo, mimi nataka niandike barua na nyinyi wote msaini, kina Judy, kina Mburu, everybody, kwa hiyo ya kwamba the corruption in Kenya is very high and we have to drop it to really nearly zero. Na hiyo ndio tutaendelea. We have to do something positive. Haya, nimemaliza hapo.
Yeah, Mr. Nyagaka, you should do more research on corruption so that when we write that letter, unakumbuka this guy of Murang'a, Kang'ata wa Barua, he wrote a very good letter to Uhuru Kenyatta, and even today he is remembered. So do research, let us know the level of corruption in Kenya and the department, then we can write basing on information. It's very important.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are in the right. You are in the right. Your statement is very correct, and I want to say this: that in Kenya, if we add corruption and we become serious and deliberate about fighting corruption, we have a very, very good country. The reason why we keep on talking about Kenya is because East or West, home is the best. Even if we are in these other countries physically, our hearts are in Kenya. Our hearts are in Kenya. And we know the potential that our country has. And therefore, we urge our leaders to decide deliberately to hate corruption, because that is the only thing that is letting us down. And not just the leaders, because the leaders are the ones that are very corrupt. We, the common wananchi, do we hate corruption? If we receive bribes for us to vote for certain leaders, are we better than them? So we have to decide deliberately to hate corruption, and anything that looks like corruption, we should reject it. What happens if I steal money in Kenya and then I come and share with you during campaign and come with big cars? You clap for me, you sing for me and dance for me and call me your hero. That is not how it's supposed to be. So Let us be serious about fighting corruption. We have a very good country, admired by the whole world. And that is why you see our president is recognized, and actually is going to be recognized, or he has a state visit to the most powerful nation of the world, the United States of America. He is going to be the guest of the state, a position or an invite that has never been given to an African president, if I am right. So it is an honor. So our country is recognized worldly, but we need to do a lot to fight corruption. So I just want to invite everybody in on Monday. We're going to be having the President William Ruto in Atlanta, Georgia. Feel welcome. Come, let us go there and be with our president. Let us go there and discuss the matters now with the president, not just here. I'll be there. I'll be flying on Sunday, so that on Monday I can be there. So you're most welcome. Mzalendo, I hope you're going to be there with Afrique. Tell the Afrique guys to come and bring their cameras there. We want
Yeah.
discussion with the president.
Yeah, we will be covering that function live from Atlanta, and possibly we'll get an opportunity to talk to the president for the first time via StreamYard, and make sure that he listens to what people are saying, what Julia is saying about his government, and many other people who are criticizing Ruto's government. But at the same time, critic is good, but let us have solutions, because we only have one country called Kenya. Julia, your last remarks?
Yes, Penny, you started well, invested by saying that you write to the president. I cannot be part and parcel of that, because William Ruto is corruption itself. So I'll be wasting my time. Please tell him that. Now, why I'm saying you started well, I want to agree with you that about the tribal thing. Okay, it is okay to identify yourself ethnically, and there's nothing wrong. That's why I really praised what happened today in Lemuru 3. Even though Mburu called them political failures, they are the only people who have the guts and the audacity to address what the people of Mount Kenya are going through. But the rest who are claiming to be the government are sellouts, and they are behaving like good boys and turning blind eye and deaf ear to what Mount Kenya is going through, the tea, the coffee, and everything else, the education of
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry. Just, I'm sorry for interjecting. Is there anything different that the Mount Kenya people are going through that the rest of the nation is not going through?
Okay, yeah, there's nothing different that they are going through. I agree with you. And it is just okay with a community coming up on their own to think about themselves. And that does not prevent the other regions from doing the same. It is their democratic right. So we shouldn't make this as a big deal. It's their democratic right to assemble and brainstorm on the way forward. So I don't know why it's a big deal when Mount Kenya, that just like Penny says, when Mount Kenya meets a big deal. I think it is because people are terrified of Mount Kenya being united. And now I want to drive to the point Penny said, that I agree with you, Penny. There is this unknown fear from the rest of Kenya when the mountain seems to be going to one direction. Since this last 2022 election, I think Ruto and everybody else has been happy because there's some level of division has been there in Mount Kenya region. Some people were on the side of Mother and Baba, and a big fraction, according to the IBC, something close to 2 million voted to Raila Odinga for the first time in history, something that has never happened. And we had people coming out openly to say that, led by Uhuru, to say that they are supporting Raila Odinga. And before that, we've never seen that. We've always seen Mount Kenya voting in one direction, one presidential aspirant, one direction. So now, if this again is coming back, it creates fear and intimidation to the rest of the country. And more so in the way that it is taken. You know, it is this kind of meeting is not like government sponsored. It is not like pro-government. It is, I can compare it to the days of Matiba, is some kind of Matiba kind of offensive. That is why it will scare even. I won't, if I use the word scare, Buru will not agree with it. But I don't think Ruto likes this whole scenario of Limuru 3. I don't think it's something he's enjoying about it. No, I don't think he likes it because it reminds him what Moi went through in the days of Matiba. Now, having said that, that is why the other communities will feel like walikuwa wanaongea nini? Kwa nini wanaongea na Kikuyu? Wanaongelea wanafikiri tutatawala milele. You know, I totally understand them if that is the feeling, because I think I would also be feeling the same thing. Personally, when Uhuru vied for presidency, I did not agree with that because I was questioning this. Now, hata kama nikuwa na raisi, we had Moi Kibaki as president. How then do we think we should have another president from Mount Kenya region? You know, I seriously never agreed with that. And probably that is why I find myself in Azimio all the time. Okay, Azimio it doesn't seem to be any longer there. Now, so I am thinking as of solutions. Okay? I am thinking of this solution. This is a solution I'm thinking about. Now, like Mburu, I want to agree with you. We need to revisit our constitution. First and foremost, now, I don't like the way we have too many governors. It is a waste of public resources. It is also creation of more centers of corruption. This is my suggestion.
Yes.
That we should have our former provinces, or even we can have our regions. Recently, I think Kibaki, Uhuru, and even now, the schools, when they are having sports competitions or music competitions, they have regions. There's a region called Aberdare region. That region comprises of Mount Kenya, the whole Mount Kenya, including Embu, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, and includes Laikipia, and then the former central counties. Now that one is a big, it's called Aberdare region. Then I think usually they have, I don't know that the region is North Rift. I am not able to, but I know there's a Nyanza, and Western is lying somewhere. Then I think they have Lower Eastern. They have some regions for those school competitions. And if you look at the way those regions are separated, I think it is geographical and also population-wide. And I think if we could do that, we should have governors for those big regions. Like one governor for Mount Kenya region, one governor for Nyanza region, one governor for Lower Eastern, because Lower Eastern is very large, one governor for Coast. And then we can have representatives, like the congressmen and women we have in the US. We can have like senators from those regions being our lawmakers. Okay, if we want to have two houses, well and good. But I think we should reduce the number of MPs. We go back to a former, or we just have senators. Then another thing I'm against, and you'll be surprised if I say this, I don't know why we have women rep. I totally think it's a waste of public resources. Why somebody should just be nominated? I mean, if you want to empower women, take our girls to school and make sure our girls, and nowadays it's not even girls. Buru, you agree with me that in Mount Kenya region, it is the boys who need to be empowered right now, not even the girls. So, women rep is a waste of public resources. Bloated parliament. We should deal with that. Reduce it or get rid of it and just have a house of representatives from each region. Now, we should get rid of our presidential system and bring back the premier system. And then write our katiba and make sure the premier is rotational. 5 years in Nyanza, Toshagari. Rift Valley, give us your best. Western, give us your very best person. And this person should adhere to the chapter 6 of the Constitution. That one will be able to get rid of corrupt leaders. And you should also have some basic education. The basic education means at least a degree, or even we can hyper it, make it higher than that. In that case, we'll be able to eliminate mediocrity and also corruption in the government. So if we write our constitution so that we have a premier kind of a government, and because we have a unique situation, we are not like United Kingdom or the US, we have a unique situation where we want to encourage inclusivity. We don't want people to feel like tumetawaliwa sana na akina fulani. Then we can make it rotational so that time immemorial our children will remember that we decided to do this to make all Kenyans feel represented. And lastly, if we want Kenyans not even to care about power, make sure the basic necessities they need are equitably and equally distributed and fairly distributed. Now, make sure that all Kenyans from all regions access basic education, access basic health services, have good infrastructure starting from power, basic needs such as electricity and clean water and roads. And nobody will ever care who is president or who is prime minister. That is why, however much the countries like America have issues with their presidents and leaderships and elections, and they want to say there is an issue. Really, after the election, I think 2 days later, everybody forgets there was an election. Why? These people work very hard to try and make sure things are equitably distributed. Children are going to school from the South Carolina to Minnesota, okay? From the west to the east. They try to do, they are not 100%, they have not arrived, but they are trying. So if you ask me, Julia, here, you ask me, Julia, are you a Democrat or a Republican? I was telling someone in the other show the other day that I really don't care so much. I don't spend sleepless nights thinking that Trump may be president or Biden may win, because whether Biden or Trump wins, really nobody comes to interfere with my comfort. My children will be going to school. I'll go to work peacefully. I'm not afraid if I'm driving from this city to this city in the night, I'll be carjacked. You know what I'm saying? Whether Biden or Trump is president. So even if Americans may be struggling to have this person become president, after one day of the election, I think they don't have issues. So if Kenya can get there, you'll find that this discussion we are having here, which tribe become president, may just die. That is my take. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julia. And it has been wonderful having you in the show. And please do pass by once you get an opportunity to come by. Here we discuss very, very important issues affecting our society and coming up with solutions. Now we are talking about, you are talking about devolution on your last closing remark. Remember, the chapter of devolution was written by Dr. Crispin Odhiambo, and that cost his life. And Odhiambo, in his remarks, said, you know, it will no longer be important for communities in Kenya to fight for the presidency, because all the resources are now devolved to the counties. But what is happening in our counties? It is another looting devolved in the counties, whether they are in the UDA, whether they are in Azimio counties, they are all stealing, just like the national government. So we have a cancer called corruption and theft that is happening in most of the civil servants who are employed to take care of our resources. So how do we address this pertinent issue? How do we address the issues of corruption? Because your brother is corrupt, your sister is corrupt, your mother is even corrupt, your children are corrupt. Wherever they are in Kenya, most of them are corrupt. If they have not been corrupt, then they're waiting for an opportunity to be corruptible. So these are happening in our country called Kenya. but how do we change society so that we can have a corruption-free country, or even not even free, but we can eliminate some of this corruption. One thing that we emphasize here on Africa, if you have any information in the county government, please make sure you DM Africa or you send us an email. You will remain anonymous and we will highlight the kind of corruption that is about to happen or is happening in your county. That is the only thing the fourth estate can do by pressing so hard and highlighting some of the problems that are happening in our society. We might not have the powers to prosecute, but if we talk about them, then be rest assured that some of these programs or channels on YouTube are being watched by the authorities. And that is our civic duty to make sure that we stop corruption whenever we spot it. And if it's about to happen, we shout about it so that it doesn't happen. On the issue of tribalism, you will forgive me. Yes, I know we all come from a tribe, but tribalism since 1960, the two big tribes, the Kalenjins and uh, and the Kikuyus, have used their numbers effectively to rule upon other communities. Is it a good thing? No, I don't think it's a good thing because one, once in a while it might give us good leaders, but most of the time what we have seen is that we have had bad leaders from this kind of arrangement. So we Kenyans need to think beyond tribalism. You are a tribe, you come from a tribe called Kikuyu, called Luo, called any among the 42 tribes in Kenya. But what is so important is that you are a citizen of the Republic of Kenya. So if it was here in the US, we would be telling you before you tell us that you are a Kikuyu, tell us more that you are a Kenyan and you belong to a country called Kenya before you tell us you are a Kalenjin or a Luo. On that note, tomorrow is another day. We'll be here with Leo, who was not feeling well today. But make sure, yes.
Mi nilikuwa nataka nimalizia kwamba kutoka anywhere you come from, it is very very important. Hakuna taabu ya hiyo, lakini kwanza lazima tuwe na elimu, uzalendo ule kila mwananchi anataka, ule mwananchi anataka ndiye ataingia hiyo, lakini kuwa na anybody other than what we have today, vile Mburu amesema na Julie amekubali na yeye, ni kuchange the constitution. You have to change the constitution. You cannot, there is no shortcuts. Na hakuna constitution inakuwa changed in less than 25 years before it is promulgated. Kwa hivyo, it will take a long time. So right now, where we are, Mzalendo, the two tribes that are united, the Kalenjin were united by Moi, and the Kikuyus have been united for a long time. So any change of the constitution will have to go through them. Any elections that have to come in future to the 27, it has to go through them. Ni vile tulichifix vile na amesema, the constitution is not perfect, but we can change it. My friend, it will take a long time to change, and it is true. It is not perfect. But we have to work with what we have, and you too. There is nothing we can do. It is, we fixed ourselves in a very bad way. Na ile Judy vile anasema tuanze constitution change, vile Mburu anasema it takes another 25 years before 2010 hadi 25 years, alafu uanze kusema uweke karatasi pamoja inasema why you want to change the constitution, na hiyo watu wakikubaliana wewe ndio uta change. It will take a long time. Thank you very much, Mburu. Hiyo ndio tu nilikuwa namalizia na kusema kwamba like we have to be proud of who we are, but in as far as leadership of Kenya is concerned, it has to go through this constitution of 2010. Thank you.
All right, I can see Black, you're coming very late. Umerudi kwa show, tulimaliza show tukarudi tukafungua ingine. Now you are back. Black, give us your closing remarks. You've been in the show. I will not take you through the issues that we have discussed, but give us a closing remark. Black. Black, kitu imekulet down tena, imerudi tu vile ulipotea, ndio hivyo hivyo. Can you say something? Black, can you say something? I think we've lost Black once again. I think Black has got issues with his network. Ako mahali huko Israel kwa mabanka, and is trying to sneak aongee kidogo, lakini ameshindwa kuongea. Wacha nisalimie hawa watu wa comment section na pia mtanisaidia kujibu haya maswali. Let me ask Mzalendo if you are in Kenya, Kalenjins voted for Arap Mibei, Raila, and now Ruto. Ruto is spearheading him to AU. We support. Are we tribal? I don't think.
I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, you are audible. Can you go ahead and give your closing remarks?
Yeah, I've had trouble a lot. Yani leo and I feel vibaya sana, but thank God imekubali sahi. Yeah, so I just want to say that I was very disappointed with the Limuru 3 because what came out of it, pardon my bad manners. Hello, Julia. Hello, Mjomba, Benny, Shikamo, Mburu, and Mzalendo, and the viewers at large, wherever you are. I hope you're all doing fine. Nice to see you, Julia.
Marahaba kaka.
Yeah, Sante. Shikamo. Sasa, like I was saying, I was very disappointed by the outcome of the Limuru 3 because what came out of it was more of tribe. What came out of it was a tribal card being played. Because to start with, wale ile place ni place iko na watu wengi sana. Sidhani kama ni tabaka moja ambayo inaishi in those regions. I'm sure we have Luos, we have Luyas, we have Kabas, we have all manner of tribes wanaishi those regions. So if at all it was all about the region per se, region, we're talking about geographical region per se, and economic activities that can benefit that region geographically per se, and the population, then I believe all people that are from that area should have been at least considered, because niko sure kuna Masai pale, kuna Somali pale, kuna Waluya pale, but I did not see any one of them having a say in anything. And it was even the whole meeting was done in vernacular. So to me, it just came out as a tribal meeting, because at the end of the day, they even came up with a coalition, inaitwa Haki Coalition, which when you look at it is all about a particular tribe. Now I'm thinking, at the end of the day, is it more of a selfish interest that they would have for themselves? Wakienda elections, how would they convince other people from other regions? Because if you look at it, it's more like a tribal outfit. So basically to say, all the things that have been telling us, those leaders in Amata Karua, a lady that I've been respecting so much. Yesterday, I was very disappointed. As to the issue of taxation, I listened very well to my fellow panelists, and I do agree that the government measures that have been taken in matters to do with taxation right now are not going to make any positive impact, but instead they're going to make a negative impact, because they're going to reduce investment. The fact that the regime right now is having unstable taxes will discourage investors, because no investor would want to go put their money in a place where they cannot
well plan themselves financially for a year because they don't know what other taxes would come next. Sasa mtu anapanga hichi, ana plan mambo yake hivi kibiashara, ajui tax itakuwaje. So it's a deterrent to attract any investor. So sitaki kuongea mengi because I know most of you are tired just as the viewers are. So nitaachia hapo, but all in all, I just pray that if they're gonna ever have a Limuru 4, let that Limuru 4 be inclusive of all the people that are found within that region. It would make it more of a legitimate meeting of persons that share a common interest of making that region great and not a particular tribe great. Thank you and God bless.
Asante sana Mr. Black, and make sure muende pale kwa Afrika, mulete hata $1 pale kwa Afrika. Being members, being loyal members. Penny Nyagaka, go and subscribe. Naona anaitwaje, good year, she needs some comfort, some company hapo kwa membership. We need like 2 members on $1 per month. If you feel like supporting African initiative, please go there and make your subscription on Africa. We encourage our members, especially our loyal fans, to go there and support. You never know what might be coming across. Maybe you'll get a T-shirt, an Africa T-shirt, and or an Africa gift hamper, or a cap, or a mug for Africa before the end of the year. So please subscribe. It's only $1 monthly that you'll be paying, and you can come and subscribe whenever you feel that it's a burden to you. Let me answer some of these questions. The guys in the comment section. Douglas Kibong said, let me ask Mzalendo, if you were in Kenya, Kalenjin voted for Arap Mibei, Raila, now Ruto is spearheading him to AU. We support, or are we tribal? What we are saying is in this context. So when you get tribal backing and you get power, then you become answerable to your tribe. You don't. You have. You become a slave as a president or as a leader to the people who put you in power. So you are limited to choose from those particular individuals only in positions of leadership. So you don't look beyond your tribe. If you have got a finance guy who is a Kalenjin, you'll put him in finance, overlooking a Kauma who is coming from down in Mombasa because they didn't actually vote for you. So some tribe can blind you. That you're having a good government and you're having the best brains, while there are other Kenyans out there who can provide those services for you. But people come as a tribe for a particular goal. Yes, you vote for me as a Mzalendo, knowing that, yes, if I support this guy, I will gain something from it. That's what we are saying, that Kenya should come first. The country should come first. You should gain from your leadership. The country should gain from your leadership other than your tribe. That's the problem with the Kenyan, with tribalism. I hope I attempted to answer your question. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana for being in the panel section. The problem, what did you say? The problem of Kenya, we are trying to compete and win. If we don't do so, you become bitter instead of congratulating the winner. I agree with you. In a competition, there has to be a winner and a loser. I was talking to a Liberian today, and we were introducing each other for the first time in the labor movement. And he's telling me, he's from Liberia, and he's telling me George Weah was very, very popular, but when he got to power, he couldn't do anything. He was incompetent when he was given the presidency of Liberia. But the good thing that he did is he conceded defeat. He conceded defeat, and Liberia got a president who was the former vice president of that country. Congratulations, Liberia. So I agree with you, Geoffrey Ruto. Who was Ben says electoral system is the answer to Mburu. I think Mburu was asking about elections and how we can get equity and fairness when it comes to election. Electoral system is the way to go. Asante sana Pen for being on the panel, but we need you to step up one of these fine days and be a part of the panel on Africa. Geoffrey Mburu, what do you say about Mburu? Is a person who thinks before he speaks. He has told us that there is nothing wrong when a community meets to discuss their development agenda. At Mburu, unaenjoyiwa hapo na Geoffrey Ruto. PM sensible man Mburu. PM sensible man Mburu. Ignorance is a disease. All right. Sawa TRM, asante sana for your comment. Laban Misiani, let me see. Laban Misiani, Uhuru name will stand at Mburu, whether you like it or not. Okay, we agree with you, Laban. Okay. Guys, I am very, very impressed with the comment section. Hakukuwa na matusi. Lugha ilikuwa ni lugha ya kistaarabu sana. You guys are the best. I think that argument can always continue like that. There must be a winner and a loser at the end of the day. And when we lose, we must concede. That is my take. When we lose, we must concede. Asante sana, huyu nani? Rames Yegon, asante sana for being part of this. Somali warrior, karibu sana Africa. Be part of the comment section each and every time, and make sure you visit our pages. If you have not subscribed to Africa and you are watching us from X, our channel in X, please, just take your time. Go to the YouTube channel and subscribe on Africa. It is free. Subscription is absolutely free. We'll send you a notification, and you never know. Just as I say, we will send you gift hampers once you have subscribed on Africa. We'll do a random draw for our subscribers, and the computer must pick your name, and we'll send you the gifts from Africa. Otherwise, asanteni sana. We have done almost 7 hours since we started. Mimi pia naomba sasa niende nilale usingizi. Ni saa ngapi hapa Marekani? Hapa Marekani ni saa 8 asubuhi.
political leader can stand up and say, my party is a party of principles. But the party of Kennedy is also the party of Eastland. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.
Jomo Kenyatta is the father of the African nationalism and the African national movement in this country.
But surely you're all rather more advanced than he is in your thinking about politics. Wouldn't he embarrass you if he was really let go now?
We cannot in any sense be more advanced than our teacher and master, whom I think is much more advanced in political outlook in this country than we are. We are still just in the stages of learning politics from him.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Wa elimu twaenda mbele, matabuni twaenda mbele, viwandani twaenda mbele, na mashambani twaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele.
Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia